right. I think we're about live right now. So let me go ahead and get the tweet, and then I'll do my usual beginning of the stream spiel. Okay, let's see. Yeah, looks like we're live on Twitch. Looks like we're live on YouTube. Hello, chat, and everybody that's coming in here for the stream. Today is going to be mostly the Hong Kong, Japan, or not Hong Kong, Japan Championships. The Hong Kong CS 1v1. This actually happened last weekend, but because there was multiple championships, I believe the Japan Championship was also going on at the same time. I did not go over this live, and I was a little bit too busy last week with some stuff to be able to get to this earlier. So we're going to be checking it out now because it is in the first weekend of OP14, and I will leave timestamps as well in the pinned comment for those of you that are watching the YouTube VOD back. Not only are we watching the Japan CS, but I've got a couple graded cards that I got back from PSA that I don't actually know the grade of, so I want to try to guess the grade and reveal it to you guys, as well as looking at the new red yellow Bonnie leader that's coming out in EBO4 that got revealed earlier today. Maybe some first thoughts, impressions, things of that nature. This is the third time so far on stream that my cat has climbed on my lap. She just really wants attention. But again, I'll leave all those in the pinned comment on YouTube. But for those of you in Twitch chat and YouTube chat that are here live with us right now, make sure to say hi so that I can say hi to you if you want a hello. What's going on? Domo, Anime Flix, Flare, Stoige, what's good? No, this is a Hong Kong championship, so this is not in Japan, and it is not live. We're going to be checking out the VOD, yeah. We're going to be checking out the VOD. I do also, for everybody that's watching, I do have the VOD links on YouTube in the description of the live stream. There was a couple disconnections, I think, when this happened live. So there's like 4 different live stream links with all the different rounds. So we're going to be going in order. I did kind of pre-look at the timeline of when they were going on, of which one is like round 1, which one is round 4, etc, etc. So I have the order, and if you're on Twitch, you can access this as well. The pinned message in the Twitch live stream chat does have the YouTube page of the channel, the Hong Kong channel that did host this event. So if you want to go check it out there on YouTube, you can check the pinned message on YouTube. Yo, Reborn, what's good? How's it going? How's it going? I've been waiting for this live stream for so long. I've wanted to do this. I wanted to do this so much earlier, but I just haven't had time. I've been so busy, but I'm excited to be doing it today. How's everyone else doing? Chat, has anybody been tuning into the different One Piece regionals, the whatchamacallit, the Riftbound event? I know there's a Gundam regional this weekend as well. There was a lot of stuff going on this weekend in card games. There's a lot of stuff going on this weekend. Tonka, I won't say that I don't hate playing against Boa, but I do recognize that playing against Boa is a really weird play style. Like, in my opinion, you have to be like a bottom decking or a bounce back deck to really have a good game plan against Boa, because every other leader is just like, you have to you let them fill the board, right? Because if you KO any of their characters, you lose a life. And then like once you get down to 0 life, that's really when you can start like KOing characters and controlling board through like battling or KO effects like Marcus Mars. I think Boa is very much like a Nell, to where it brings out a different game plan for a lot of decks in some situations. That's like my opinion. But I barely have done any OP14 testing. It's really just the games that we've watched like on stream, or I've watched other content creators make. And that's kind of like my analysis of it, it feels like right now. Yo, Squash, that's awesome. Yeah. We also had a member of our Discord server in the, oh my God, what other regional was it? This Houston, I think it was. One of our members in Discord got top 64. He bubbled out of top 32. Got 34th overall with Red Black Sabo. So Red Black Sabo having a couple tops this weekend. Pretty cool. I'll be playing it at Pasadena this weekend, I've decided. I'll be playing Sabo at Pasadena this upcoming weekend. Also, I'm going to Pasadena next weekend. For anyone who's going to the Pasadena Regionals, I will be there. So come say hi. I'll be wearing this exact outfit pretty much. Maybe a red shirt, bright red Nen Garden shirt. But it's kind of cold right now in the West. At least in Las Vegas, it's kind of cold. I don't know about Southern California, but I might be wearing a sweatshirt in Southern California. Yo, Robin Andrews, what's good? Or Rob Andrews. Why did I say Robin Andrews? Yo, nice. Second place with Vegapunk. I love Vegapunk. I want to play Vegapunk soon in OP14. No, I know, right? I was literally right before stream. I was just right now watching Jackson play his top 16 match. He won game 1 of the Riftbound. For anyone who does not know right now, hold on, for anyone who does not know right now, the Riftbound Regional is going on right now in Houston. Where is it? And currently right now, Jackson Huang is 1-0 in his top 16 match of the Riftbound Regional, which, if you do not know, is a pretty big deal. Oh, you guys can't see him very well on here. We won't be watching this on the stream today because I don't really know. I can't cast Riftbound. I don't really know it. But Jackson Huang, for anyone who does not know, a top-level One Piece TCG player, is top 16 in the very first Riftbound official regional, which is a pretty big deal. So pretty cool stuff. No, Morticia, you gotta head out, bucko. You cannot be there. I know Jackson Huang's in Top Cut, but I don't know anybody else that's in Top Cut. I don't know too many people, but also, Chad, this 1v1 event starts off streaming round 1, so I do not know the Top Cut of like top 16 and stuff like that. So if you're curious on, I don't even know, do I know who won? I think I do know who won this event, what deck won, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But I'm pretty sure I put it on Eggman's website. Yeah, if Boa's ability was 6,000 power, then it would be less stressful for board control for sure, but that's not what they did. Chat, before we get into the Hong Kong Championship, for anyone who did not see, they posted the red yellow Egghead Bonnie leader chat for EBO4. Did anybody else see this today? This was posted in our Discord server. By the way, this translation was automatically uploaded in our Discord server whenever new cards are revealed and translated. They're posted in our Discord server automatically by a bot we have in there. Or actually, it's not a bot, actually, now that I think about it. It's a linked post, basically, from the big One Piece TCG community server. That's exactly where it comes from. Yeah. But anyways, this leader was revealed in EBO4. This new Bonnie looks great, by the way. I do love this. Sorry if it's a spoiler to you. But this EBO4 Bonnie, 4 life, 5,000 power, Egghead Bonnie Pirates leader on opponent's turn. If your life is 1 or less, this leader gains 2,000 power. So basically, Chad, we have another late game 7,000 power leader. You know, Roger, late game 7,000 power leader. Now Bonnie going to be a late game 7,000 power leader. Probably pretty decent, right? If you can hover at that 1 life like a Nell. 1 life or less, I guess I should say. But it's also nice to be only on opponent's turn, so it's only on the defensive side. So Bonnie might actually be a pretty, like, tanky leader, right? With the different big body healing that it can do, with the different removal effects that Bonnie could have, even some aggression. Could be, like, a decently tanky leader, in my opinion. And with that activate main once per turn, you give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 1,000 power until the end of turn. Then if you have 2 or more life cards, you can add 1 card from the top of your life to your hand. So you have a way to manipulate getting to that 1 life or less. But on top of that, you have a little bit of power removal potential, right? Being able to minus power somewhere if you want. What's also interesting is, on this, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you are at 1 or less life, you can utilize the activate main and you don't take a life. I think that's really interesting, chat, because the activate main of giving 1,000 power is not a cost, right? That first portion of this leader is not bolded. So that's not like a cost or anything like that. It is just something that happens, and then once you fulfill that effect, then you go into the second effect, which is this right here. So at the end of the game, on your opponent's turn, you're going to be a 7,000 power leader, but also you won't have to take a life through your leader effect, which I think is honestly pretty interesting. Hey, I appreciate the kind words, McDudis. I don't think they had commentary for the Hong Kong CS, though, so that's slightly unfair to say. I know that Hero was going to play, but he got kind of screwed, actually, and he didn't get to play. But he said that if he didn't have the intention on playing, he would have casted it, and he would have been phenomenal, in my opinion. Can't be starved, I guess. Who wants to hover at 1 life? I wonder how well Bonnie is going to be able to hover at 1 life, right? Because that's the whole thing about this leader, right? Being able to hover at that 1 to 0 life to be able to get that 2,000 power effect, and also be able to minus a little bit of power on one of your opponent's characters, which I think is really interesting, especially because it's an egghead typing. There's so many good egghead yellow cards, right? We see it in Vegapunk. We see it in just like all of them. We know that a starter deck's coming out soon. Starter deck 29. That's egghead yellow Luffy. So we'll see if EBO4 has yellow/red cards that can synergize well with this. You can also have a little bit more aggression. Maybe lean into a little bit more of the yellow instead of the red, to have like a more yellow trigger control kind of deal. Focus on the healing. Maybe only slotting in a couple like rush cards like Kid Killer or something like that. Yeah, also taking the life is also optional. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Pointing out Senpai. Dre Senpai. If you have 2 or more life cards, you may add 1 card from the top of your life to your hand. That is a may. You may add. Which means that you don't have to if you're sitting at like 4 life. So this is a really interesting leader in my opinion. Yeah, Kuma's probably going to be pretty good in this deck. I would imagine that Kuma's going to be really good. I would imagine Kuma's going to be pretty good, chat. But yeah, last thing before we get into the Hong Kong Championship, I promise, chat, we'll get into the Hong Kong Championship very, very soon. We'll be doing that right after this. This will probably be only like 3-4 minutes or something like that. I did, chat, grade 4 cards with PSA recently. I have 4 cards with PSA right here. I do not know the grades of them. I wanted to try to see if I could guess the grades with you guys in the live stream. And I just wanted to, I don't know, it's just a fun little silly thing to do. I have more cards at PSA right now. I have like some, like I have an SP Blackbeard, I have the Dodger Luffy, and I have 3 manga rares over at PSA right now. And these are very much like lower end kind of cards in here. I have lower end cards right here. So these are more so for like my personal collection. So I'm going to do this real quick. Chat, it'll only be a couple minutes. This is Cool Porygon. Cool Porygon, if you do not know, is an old promo card from, I think, like 1999? 2000, I think. Old promo card from 2000. Cool Porygon. This is an old card. This has some damage on it. Or not necessarily damage, but a lot of whitening. It's hard to see in here. Especially with my lighting. My lighting's not that good. But I think that this is a 6. This is not necessarily a big money card. This is just one of my favorite cards that I have in my collection. And especially as a 25-ish year old promo, I wanted to get it graded to preserve it in here. So this is my official guess as a 6. Let's see. I put like a ton of tape on this so that I didn't get spoiled. Oh, it's actually going to be a 7. Oh. Nice. Cool Porygon 7, chat. I like this. What's the can we look at the pop counts? We might be able to look up the pop counts. I don't know. I won't do it as of yet, though. The next card that we have, chat, is a Gundam EX base. Now, I know that this card right here, this Gundam EX base, was given out at some conventions and stuff like that, I believe it was. But I was one of the first people ever to get this card. If you do not know, focus on the card a little bit more, maybe. If you do not know, I was invited by Bandai and the Gundam card game dev team and the team that create and run the Gundam card game. I was invited to the world premiere event, and they gave us this EX base. So this base, even though is very populous, you know, and I honestly like missed my window to sell because I got this like 3 months before everyone else, 2-3 months before everyone else. I wanted to keep this card because this was the first time that like Bandai actually recognized me as a creator. So this is a very important card in my collection. I think that this is a 10. I just think it's a 10. The back I think is pretty good, and the front is pretty good as well. I don't think there's any like marks on it potentially. I don't know. It all depends on what the PSA grader thought. So let's see if it's a 10. Let's see if I'm right. Oh no, it's a 9? Really? What? A 9? That's all right. Again, this is a collection card. I wonder why it got a 9. I wonder why. Ah, well. That's fine. Dang, I'm 0 for 2 today, chat. That's tough. All right, this next one that I got here is SP Stussy in Japanese. I think this is OP11, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. This Stussy we actually pulled on stream, I believe, together. Because this isn't a card that you can play with, right? Because it's in Japanese. I mean, I guess I could go to Japan and play this card. But I wanted to grade this Stussy card because it's pretty good. I think this is a 9 because it's got a little bit of whitening in one of the corners, I remember, from when we opened it. So I think this is going to be a 9. I think this is going to be a 9. Let's see. See if I can get at least one of them right today. Oh, yay, it is a 9. Nice. All right. Whew. So I got one of them right. This one, Divine Departure. I think we also pulled this on stream. This is OP10. I think it was. Yeah, Divine Departure is OP10. Right after OP09, I remember, because this was a Shanks buff in OP10. This was probably like, I think this is, I know it's not a manga rare, but this was the first kind of manga rare-esque card that I ever pulled. So I think this is a 10. I think this is pretty doggone good. Yeah, the back's pretty good. I guess the front could be something, but this was sleeved up because, again, this is Japanese. So this was never, like, shuffled by me or anything like that. Oh, no, did my camera just go out? Oh, no, we're kind of back. Wait. Let me just reset the camera real quick. Reconnect. There we go. I didn't see it yet, by the way. Ah, yay, it is a 10. All right, so I'm 2 for 4. 2 for 4. Nice. Some cool new graded cards in the collection. Okay, so now, Chad, we'll be going into the event. Yo, what's good, Penguin? How high on copium do I have to be for Nami to work without EBO3 for LCQ Vegas? I mean, I think you have to be on a decent amount of cope to play blue, yellow Nami and without EBO3. Just simply because like this Boa Hancock deck that we've got for round 1 of the Hong Kong Championships, chat, that doesn't need to play EBO3 cards, in my opinion. I think Nami, though, you've got to play the Namis. You've got to play the Robins. I think it's because, like, Robin works really well with your leader effect, right? So you get your leader effect off, you draw a card. Also, it's just a sticky body on the field. I think it's really tough, in my opinion. I'm going to pull up Eggman Events, the OP14 page, so I can pull up some deck lists if I need to. Let's see, but I hope everybody's having a good day. Thanks for coming in, chat. Thanks for hanging out, especially the early, humoring me with looking at the Bonnie and the graded cards that I got. Let me see. Let me pull up a quick Boa and a Nami deck list. I know there's a Nami deck list in here. There we go. Yo, what up, Josh EB? What are the cards they are playing via that Boa is playing from EBO3? Boa will sometimes play the EBO3 Nami, but it's not mandatory. Like, we saw the Tokyo Japan champion not play the EBO3 Nami, but I've seen plenty of flagships. I think the top 16 Boa at the Tokyo Championships played the Nami. It's literally just the Nami in Boa Hancock, but I don't think you need to play it. I don't think you need to play it personally. A lot of people I know enjoy Boa. I think Boa ended up winning the Singapore Championships yesterday. I think it won the Singapore Championships yesterday. I think Ben actually posted it today, this morning, so I'll put that on Eggman Events here soon, probably within the next like 24 hours or so. Nah, Rob, you can watch on either platform. You can watch on Twitch or YouTube, just whatever is most convenient to you. I see both the YouTube and the Twitch chats. The only thing that is difficult is on Twitch. I see Flare Force doing Twitch Prime. I thought I had a sound alert for that, but I guess I didn't. I'm so sorry, Flare Force. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. That's very kind because you only get one of those per month. That's very nice that you'd be able to, that you're using that on me. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, like it's a little hard for me to see notifications on Twitch, but I see chat just fine. It is just most of the time chat is YouTube because I am my biggest audience is YouTube, right? So in theory, that's where the most chatters are. But I love my Twitch chat. I was a Twitch streamer first before YouTube. Fun fact. Okay. Let's see. I think the Bonnie leader is cool. I think it'll be really interesting to see how they put out support for it potentially, especially in red. With like Bonnie Pirates red or maybe Egghead red. I'd be really curious about, but I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I think it's a little too early to say whether it's going to be BDIF or not, but I think there's a lot of really interesting options with being a 7K on your opponent's turn, right? That plus 2,000 power, we see that all the time in the game right now. You know, Mihawk does it with Law and Beppo. You have UP getting plus 2,000 from the Roger. You have Ace getting it from the 9-cost Newgate and or the 8-cost secondary effect. So there's a lot of leaders that gain these like plus 2,000s. Blue, Yellow, Nami, another great example. You know, leader effect plus 2,000. So Bonnie being able to get the plus 2,000 at a certain point without having to pay any costs is pretty crazy. But yeah, we're just going to get into it. We're going to get into it right now, Mutant Bolt. We're going to get into it right now. Oh, there's trash. Well, I guess, yeah, from Starter Deck 21, but I don't consider those to be like heavy hitters. But chat, here we go. We're going to be watching the Hong Kong Championships. And again, if you want to watch it yourself, you can check on YouTube in the description below. And on Twitch, that pinned message has the channel that has all the different live streams because they had a couple disconnections during the live stream. So we're going to watch them in order, starting off with Boa versus Nami. Chad, leave your guesses who you think wins this round one matchup. I like our player on the right here with the Marine outfit, with the Marine hat, Marine shirt, but not running a Marine leader. Denny, I hope you're good. Whew. Nami Nami Schwan. I think historically when we've watched these championships, Nami has been favored in this. I don't know if that is totally, but I think every single time we've seen this matchup, it has been like Nami wins. So it looks like Boa going first in the game, just passing off the turn, does not have a Sengoku or a Lilith, the most two common searchers in my opinion, that we see in the decks. And so Nami is going to use the Will You Be My Servant event, right? Looking at the top four and finding a cost 3 to 8 card is so nice for the consistency in this Nami deck, right? One of the cards that we get is a huge boost in EBO3. Find so many different cards, including this Capone Beige 2K, right? All of your unsearchable cards within this deck are now searchable. Right, Nami frequently not really playing too much more over the cost of 8 outside of 10 cost Newgate blocker. So now after attaching that last Dawn to leader Boa, just going to be swinging 8 at life. Is going to require 2 cards from the Nami, right? 8s are especially good into blue, yellow Nami because, right, using leader effect gets her up to 7,000 power for the rest of the turn, but pitches a 2K right to get to 9. Forces 2 cards out of hand, either 2 2Ks or a leader effect 2K. Nami now going to 4. We'll see if they play something like the Usopp from EB01. We saw it in the Tokyo Championships not too long ago, right? Being able to swarm out and play some vanilla characters, but decides against it, goes with the Boa swing, right? 9,000 power at life, a potential trigger. And once this trigger is decided on whether or not they want to use it, Nami is going to be able to use a trigger herself to draw one card. And so does get that trigger if You'll Frighten Me, plays a 5,000 power character or less from the hand onto the field, is going to cheat out that Ran. That Ran is going to be really nice as well, because Ran is going to help you get your leader effect off. And so because a life was taken from the field of play, Nami will draw a card, but also because Boa played a character on the opponent's turn, they get to draw a card as well. So that's kind of a sequence that you have to be really aware of people drawing cards left and right. This is the first round of the championships, by the way, and now Boa playing this Nami. I said that this Nami, not necessarily required, but a lot of Boas do like playing this, right? Especially on that on-play effect, since Nami was still at 4 life. You get to force the Nami to take a card and put it back into hand, and with the Rested Dawn onto leader and the Ran giving another Rested Dawn onto leader, now you get to swing 7,000 power. Right, so is once again going to command 2 cards from the Nami. Can't just be a simple leader effect, right, on a 6,000 power swing from the Ran effect. Getting that Nami and being able to include another Rested Dawn is very nice to be able to keep up the pressure in this game, right, especially after you just had Nami take a life there. So is going to use leader effect 1K. Looks like using the Eustace, Captain Kidd, and Yamato. Yamato not necessarily a card that I feel like we see a lot of times in the Nami deck, but something that I've noticed as well as someone who plays the kind of off-the-wall blue decks at times, I've really liked Yamato on 4 life, partially blue leaders, being able to draw cards in very early stages of the game. And it looks like we're just going to get Nami mirrors right here, playing down that 5-cost Nami from EB03, removing a life and now drawing a card off of leader effect. No chance of trigger on that life, and uses the other active Dawn to be able to just go ahead, swing 7,000 power. No Sengoku or Lilith Searcher on this Nami. He could have maybe played it on 4, but he wanted to go ahead and take the life, I think. And so does find a Shakuyaku on that, prioritizes swarming the board, which is not something we've seen a lot of Boa players do in the championship so far. The Shakuyaku not only draws a card from leader effect because you played a character on your opponent's turn, but that on play effect, since Nami is at 3 or less life, you get to draw 2, trash 2, filter out the hand, trashes a Lilith and Perfume Femur. Perfume Femur, a great card in this deck, being able to go in for game, but typically playing 2 to 3 copies of them at least means that he might have another one in hand. Boa trying to swarm the field now to be able to apply that pressure that I was talking about. Has to be a little bit careful, I think, sometimes, because of the Nami being able to make themselves a 7,000 power leader. There has to be Dawn commitment to be able to get these characters and leader online. So starts out with a Lilith for 1 Dawn. Is looking for a card with trigger. Finds a Capone Beige. Just a 2K in hand. Not sure if that's exactly what they were looking for. Might have been looking for a body to play on this turn. Yeah, if he played the 4-cost Marco, he wouldn't have been able to use leader effect with that Dawn ×1. So probably his idea, as Denny's saying. And so plays the 5-cost Nami on the field. That's just going to be another reason for Nami to take a life right as they've been sitting at 3. And so going in now, 7,000 power swing with the Nami. Still has the Ran effect as well because you get a rested Dawn from the 5 cost Nami that you played on the turn. So Ran is going to be able to make sure that this Boa leader is going to swing 7, more than likely leaving the Shakuyaku as active. And so one of the things that we've seen with people that play against Boa Hancock is you don't want to get down to 2 life. You want to try to hold off as long as possible against Boa Hancock, going down to 2 life because of cards like the 9 cost Boa Hancock that might come down next turn and Perfume Femur. Right, once you start getting low on life, very scary. So using leader effect to make Nami a 7,000 power leader and a 2k to get out of that swing is a little bit of over counter. So you get that last rested Dawn onto the Boa Hancock because of the Ran effect, now swinging another 7,000 power. That's another card that's going to come out of this Nami's hand. I think Boa definitely sitting in the driver's seat right now. I know, he's decked out in the Marine outfit. It's crazy. Yeah, racing Boa in this matchup is a huge thing that you got to do. Also, chat, thank you so much to everybody who's here right now, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. No, this is not live right now, TCG Takeaway. This is a VOD from last weekend. I just haven't been able to watch it yet. So ended up taking that live chat, going down to 1. This could be a situation now where the Boa, right, could go ahead and play the 9 cost Boa next turn to put the Nami back down to 0. We'll see what Nami can do right now. Nami does have some healing potential effects typically in this deck. Some of them play the Kuma, but especially with the introduction of the EBO3 Nami and stuff like 7-drop Doflamingo from the original Doflamingo starter deck, right? Something that we've seen in the first couple weeks of the OP14 format, very frequent in the Nami deck. Not sure if there's stuff like Kuma in this deck to be able to heal. Might not have a lot of healing options. The body cams are just a look at the players, right? Facial expressions, stuff like that. It's just another set of cameras to look. In my opinion, it's nice to have those cameras. I like having those cameras. And so is going to go ahead and play the Robin from EBO3. This Robin from EBO3, as soon as it was revealed, a staple in the Nami deck, is on that on play, going to trash a card from the life. And then because your leader is Straw Hat Crew, you get to put 2 cards from the top of your deck into your life. So especially with the Nami, you get your leader effect off, right? Because a life left the life area during your turn. And with the 6,000 power swing, it's just going to be a 2k from the Boa. Another 6,000 power swing here is going to be able to be another 2k with that Shakuyaku being pitched. So does have a Dawn attached to lead, passing off the turn, moving Boa into their first 9 Dawn turn. Yo, nice, Daniel. I like Nami. I think Nami is a cool deck. I just think it's really interesting and weird how you play it right now in the OP, or in the Western format, I should say. Because we have to wait a month for EBO3, and for Nationals, it's not going to be legal, I think. And so is going to go ahead, play over that Lilith with a Kuma to heal a life. We don't know exactly what the top of the life is, so this is a random card, right? We have not seen 4-cost Boa blocker as of yet from the second Doflamingo starter deck. So attaches 1 Dawn and swings now 7,000 power at the Nami. Yet again, 7,000 power just being a good number, forces 2 cards to come out of the Nami's hand. Yo, appreciate supporting the Metapod takeaway. That's crazy, though. Sean did really well in the Summer Skirmish. That's definitely going to be talked about on the podcast. I would like a hand cam, Martino, but sometimes here on like the overhead cam, you can get a glimpse of what's in hand. So it just all depends on the It just all depends on what they allow. Nami, gotta get out of this swing. So, Cal, we're supposed to get that Sabo promo in January. Pretty much like the same time that we get the Goldie Roger promo. I'm pretty sure. And so it is going to use leader effect on the Newgate, and a pudding is countered out. Another 7,000 power swing. Does only have to pitch one card now because you are 7,000 power throughout the opponent's turn. But there's one more 7,000 power swing coming after this with leader. So does decide to take this. It's a will you be my servant trigger. This could be nice to get something like a 2K or maybe a heal option or maybe a burn life option or something. ACOS Kid would be able to put the boa down to 1 life. Oh, nice, Daniel. Yeah, Shoujo Girl is a really good card, and I'm so curious when we'll get it in the West. Finds the Silver's Rayleigh. So Silver's Rayleigh, a nice 1K, something that we see very often in these Nami decks as removal potential. Might try to get rid of the Shaku Yaku, or maybe just have an easy 1K to utilize on one of these final swings. So ended up using the Silver's Rayleigh for the first counter, and then a 2K Hiyori for the second counter, right? I think is what just happened. Just kind of did both at the same time. I think after the trigger, he started swinging before he was ready. No, not yet, Decibel, but this is only the first round. We still got plenty of more rounds left. This is only the first round. He swung at the Nami. Oh, he could. Well, why would you still 2K, 1K, though? On the Nami swing. Yeah, there's a link. I always provide the links in the description. Sometimes I forget and I put it in later, but whenever I do rebroadcasting, I'll always put the link in the description, especially on YouTube. It's just there's like 4 different links because they lost connection a couple times during this live stream. So it made it like different YouTube videos. But I provided all the links to the different ones for you guys. This is not live right now. This is a VOD review. I'm just doing a little bit of commentary practice, but honestly keeping it a little bit more casual than I usually do. Are they frozen? Oh, no. They were just standing very, very still. And so the first Tendon turn is going to be swinging with this Robin. Is going to be a 9,000 power swing. May just try to go for game at this point. Especially with no Dawn as active, a You'll Frighten Me is not going to be something that you have to worry about. But especially with the Silver's Rayleigh trigger, that's going to remove the Nami off the field. So you, or wait, no. Doesn't it? Wait, what's the Rayleigh trigger? Yeah, you utilize the on-play effect. So you KO the Nami. You draw a card because of the Nami leader effect. And because of the Nami, right, with the on-KO effect, you turn a life face up and you play a 6,000 power character from your hand, playing down the Kiku Nojo. That was definitely a super weird sequence. I actually have not seen that before. So again, chat, Silver's Rayleigh with the trigger KO'd the active Nami, so then the blue-yellow Nami player can't go for game right now, unless they have a rush card of some sort. But because of the on-KO effect of the EBO3 Nami, you flip over the top life, face up, and you can play a 6,000 power or less character from hand, so that's where the Kikunojo came from. Yo, what's going on, Delta? I think it's a fair question to ask. I've been live streaming a lot of the tournaments lately of like the CSs. So I think it's fair to ask. I mean, I don't know what time it is in Hong Kong without looking it up. And so is going to be swinging 7,000 power now at that 5-cost Nami. Is going to be able to get that effect off. Reveal the top card. It's a Kuma in the life. And now is going to be able to play the 4-cost Boa blocker. Definitely a great card that we've seen, and one of the reasons why it is up so high in terms of price if you're looking to get one of these. So both players going after the Namis, right? The blue-yellow Nami player just kind of making a gamble that maybe they don't have a 6,000 power or less character in hand with only a, I believe it was a 5-card hand at the time. And I think, honestly, as the Nami, I think that's a fine play to make. I think you kind of needed to make that gamble. Because putting them down to 0 doesn't really do anything at this point. You need to try to remove boards somehow. Whew. So what do you do with the rest of this Dawn? If you had a heal card, that could be nice. But especially with this Kikunojo in the life that you know of, it's not going to be a counter card. And here comes Boa. This is an interesting one. Right now you have 2 random cards going into the life. They could have counter on it. They could be like a Capone Beige, right, to nullify an attack. Now your route to winning this game a little bit more difficult as the Boa, but I think Boa does still have a little bit of potential. Starts out with a 7K swing with the Kuma. Even if it's a leader effect right from the blue-yellow Nami, is going to have to command one more card. And especially because Kuma is a 7,000 base power character, it does not reveal anything, right? Not having to commit any Dawn. So Nami taking this life a potential trigger. I know Kuma's so expensive right now. I don't plan on playing any deck that has Kuma in it. I just will not play Kuma until they make it like a reprint. And so what is this trigger going to be? It's a Capone Beige. So ends up making the leader not be able to attack. This means that if the Boa player has Perfume Femur in hand, they can only use it now on the Boa blocker. Right, because Perfume Femur only works for 7 Warlords of the Sea kind of leaders or characters. So now only has one option to be able to utilize for that. Which, I'm trying to think. It depends on your hand size of whether or not you're still a 5,000 power leader. So now a 9,000 power swing coming in. This would be multiple cards for the Nami at this point. Yeah, PRBO3. If Kuma's not in PRBO3, I'll riot. So what do you do here? When do you counter? And so is going to use leader effect to go up to 7,000 power. Does need to pitch 2 more cards. Or could be, well, no, it would still be pitching 2 more cards if you use 0 cost event. But I think Boa especially, with only 2 more cards in hand after this leader effect and 1 life, I think it's going to take a lot to be able to get out of this. What could get you out of this? And is just going to leader effect and take it. No trigger. And so putting the rest of the Dawn on the blocker Boa is just going to be able to get the game. 2K, 2K, 1K. Oh, actually, no, wait. 2K, 2K, 1K. No, yeah, did get that game. Because that is 2, 4, 6, 7. Dawn. That's a 13,000 power swing. 221. Yeah, that doesn't get you out of it. Yeah, I was right. I don't know if he had to take it, Duke. I guess it depends on what that last life was, right? Because that last life could have been a 2K. But if he had 2K, 1K in hand, he could use leader effect 2K, 1K, go up to 10. But then all you have to do is attach one Dawn to the blocker Boa because you have no cards in hand. You got to take that life. And then you have two other characters as the Boa to be able to swing 7, right? If one of them gets Capone Beige, that's fine because you just swing 7 with the other one and you win. Boa just had that game. I don't really know if there was an out at all for the Nami to be able to get out of that turn. Yeah, if he counters out of the 9K swing, he just loses to a bunch of small swings. You got third in the new type event. Yo, $100 store credit for third place in a new type event? That's crazy. Congrats on your big winnings. All right, Chad, we got to check out the other streams. So this was the first one. So now we go to the second one. Whoop. Try to go to the beginning of this one. It is going to be Promo Nami, chat. Promo Nami in this game. Speaking of Promo Nami, where's my sticky notes? I'm going to keep track of how many cards Nami has in deck by my sticky notes. I can't find my sticky notes, so I'll just have to use a random piece of paper. I have 2 Kumas, but I think I'm going to give them to my friend. And I will not keep them for myself. When does this match start? Yo, Bayside, what's good? How are you? So, chat, if you do not know, Promo Nami is the replacement for the banned Nami leader from OP14. You can only play East Blue kind of cards in your deck. That is a rule on the leader, but you still have the ability, if you deck out, you win the game. Also, I believe still has the Dawn ×1 effect on the Nami. Let's see. I'm going to pull this up. There we go. Just in case, because Nami does play several different cards now because you can only play East Blue. But especially in EBO3, there were a couple East Blue kind of cards that came out that really helped this Nami. Yo, how'd you do in the Gundam tournament, Bayside? If you don't mind me asking. Let's see. Nami has 5 life. So we'll start out with 40 cards in deck, basically. And then depending on first or second, we'll draw 1 for turn. Yo, you won, Bayside. Good job. Congrats on your win. So, Chow, with the Nami and Ace matchup, I've watched this one time. I watched it one time on a YouTube video, and I saw Nami win. Ace, being a slow deck, right, is something that Nami traditionally in the One Piece trading card game, at least with the old leader, Nami really maximized on slow setup decks, right? One body per turn.
Fans, thank you all for this great honor.
Whoa! Delta! Hey, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Duke. That's your first gifted sub ever on the channel. And I super appreciate that support. Thank you so much for keeping the lights on for the stream, keeping the power on so we can do these tournaments. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Early birthday present. Happy early birthday to you. So, chat, I'm ultra curious about this deck, to be honest. And if you're enjoying the stream, chat, please make sure as well, especially on YouTube, to like the stream, share it with your friends, share it with your dog, your grandma, anybody, to get them to watch too. And if you're on Twitch, make sure to share the stream as well to your grandfathers and your cats. You know, try to get some diversity out there. Hey, appreciate it, Delta. I like doing these commentaries. I mean, it's fun for you guys. It's fun for me. And especially because I would say I'm decently versed in the OP14 cards. I've been focusing a lot more on Western format lately, comparatively to like last year on the channel, because I do full-time content now and I travel for tournaments at this point. Like I'm going to Pasadena next weekend. If anybody's at Pasadena Regionals, make sure to say hi to me. So I spend a lot more time thinking about the Western format. But I still think I gauge enough watching and knowledge of the Eastern format to give you guys some valuable commentary. Let's see. I don't know who's going first or second, chat, but Ace mulliganing. I don't even know what some of the best cards for Ace in this matchup are. I would assume it's probably any cards that can bottom deck. So like Red Rock, Gravity Blade, if they're teching in a one of Gravity Blade, that's probably pretty good. Probably the 10-cost Newgate's also really good. Roger actually might be really, really good. So Nami does look like they're going second in this game, so is going to be able to draw for turn. And so Ace, we'll see if they have a one Dawn play to be able to utilize, maybe an Ezo or a Garp search. I don't know as Ace how you play into this matchup. Do you just like not swing until you set up your board? Do you just play bodies down every single turn? Marco, Jozu. So is going to go ahead with Otama. Right? You're not really worried about being attacked, I think, against the Nami deck. So is going to trash the Red Rock. Okay, I would have thought you wanted to keep Red Rock just to be able to bottom deck something important. But Nami going to be starting out with a Kaya going to 37 cards at this point. Is going to have to trash too. Playing a couple new different events and ending the turn with the one-cost Nami on the field. Let me try to figure out what that event is. I know it's an event with Buggy on it. And I think it's something along the lines of like putting a character back into the opponent's hand or your hand, potentially. And so now passing off the turn after swinging 8,000 power and taking a life is going to go ahead after the draw, and Sanji's Pilaf going to, I believe, 34 cards now. So a nice draw to the one-cost Nami, a great card in this deck, right? One of the reasons that Nami came back on the map, finds an event card off of the top 5, helps you reorganize the bottom section of your deck So he's going to put those cards to the bottom. The 3,000 Worlds is a grab. 3,000 Worlds could be nice in this matchup for different 4-cost bodies that come out onto the field like Marco or Atmos. Be able to minimize the amount of swings that you're taking every single turn. Yeah, I'm a goner from EBO1. That's that 1-cost event that they had. The I'm a Goner is a 1-cost counter card that reveals the top card of your deck. If it's a cost of 4 or more, return one of your characters to the owner's hand. Then place the revealed card at the bottom of your deck. And so Atmos is going to be able to get this Nami off the field after a 2K, getting out of the leader swing. Did he not swing at the 1-cost Nami? Why did he not swing at the 1-cost Nami? And why did he swing at life? You never put the Kaya back in hand, right? Yeah, if anything, you always put the Nami back in hand. And then the Garp coming in and looking at that top 4 for a cost 3 and higher. I think you definitely want to KO the 1-cost Nami. 9-cost Nugate could be nice to be able to get a big body on board. Be able to use that when attacking effect to KO different Kayas. Now moving into Nami's 6 Dawn turn. Does have a ton of cards in hand, still 4 life, about 32 cards left in deck if I've been keeping track appropriately. Does have the ability with that 3,000 Worlds to bottom deck the Atmos, but you probably want a little bit of movement, right, with this deck, especially in these early stages. So do you try to get some sort of draw? Piece would be able to draw, right, with that on-play effect. You could just re-put down the 1-cost Nami to be able to threaten. Yo, Shadowblade, congrats on your top 64 in Toronto. Congrats. I plan on playing Sabo next weekend in Pasadena, fun fact. Especially because we had another member of our Discord server, Ark, get 34th in the other regional that happened. So ends up going with Sanji's Peel-Off, 30 cards left in deck. And the Kaya coming down, getting really aggressive on these Kayas. Going to 28 cards, does have to trash 2. Still has 2 Dawn left as active. Is perfectly capable, especially because Ace might play something like Jozu on this upcoming turn. 2 Dawn, perfectly capable to be able to get out of the Atmos and the Ace swings. I think we just had a little skip there. Pitching a hanger and something else. Playing the 1-cost Nami at the end of turn. Thank you, Shadowblade. I hope to do as well as you. I've not top 64 yet or regional, so if I get top 64, I'd be ecstatic. So Ace now swinging 5,000 power lead. Could just be a 2K or something like a Rubber Band of Doom to get out of the swing. We see a couple 2Ks like Piece in the hand, and Piece is going to be one of the pitches. Another 2K is going to have to be given out of this hand or a 2K counter event off this Atmos swing. Has 6 Dawn left in the second Piece coming out of hand. Is going to be picking up the Otama after playing down the Jozu. And remove that Nami, that 1-cost Nami off the field. Very good to get that 1-cost Nami off the field. A third Sanji's Peel-Off hitting the field, chat. For 3 Dawn, sitting on about 25 cards left. No, so this is the promo Nami, Delta. The OP14 Nami got banned, but then they made a new version of the Nami, and that's what this leader is. This is the new version. This version can only play East Blue cards. So you can't play stuff like White Snake, can't play stuff like Love Love Mellow. And so now going in with the Boodle, especially because you can only play East Blue cards, coming back into the Nami decks, has that on KO effect of trashing 1 card from your deck. So maybe a little awkward in this matchup, but especially if another Jozu comes down to remove a body off the field, now your opponent has to decide between the Boodle and the 1-cost Nami. Zoro's a tough matchup, I think, Wu Dash. They just have so many swings, and you only have so many blockers. Blue Nami is interesting. I wouldn't say that it's overly meta, but I think it can do some damage with the right I think it's more specific to the pilot than it was before. Before it was pretty specific to the pilot, but now it's like very specific to the pilot because the deck definitely got nerfed. But in EBO3, there were some really good cards that got printed. We haven't seen any of the EBO3 cards yet, but there were a couple cards that are utilized within Nami. Maybe we'll see him in this one. So after countering out with the 1K Zeph out of the first swing, Zeph making a comeback in this deck because you can only play East Blue cards, now has to get out of a 7,000 power swing. So it looks like is going to be using an event. Gum Giant Gavel is going to be able to trash a card from hand and mill 2 cards, sitting at about now 23 left. And the Newgate coming in, making an 8,000 power swing. Is just going to block with the Boodle to mill 1 card. Now with this Newgate on the field, right, that Dawn ×2 ability on the Newgate is going to be able to KO a 3,000 power or less character every single time that Newgate swings. So your Kayas specifically are going to be removed from the field. Yeah, the Ice Cream Girl, I forget her name. In EBO3, a very, very good card, right? The Kaya sometimes is played within this deck. Also a decent card. Is going to start off with the mill on the Nami. And I think after the draw for turn and now this grab of Gum Giant is sitting at about 20 cards left in deck. I think 20 cards. I need to practice more Nami games in terms of casting. Are they going to count here? 3, I think that's 9. 14 plus 9? Was that right? I think he's had 20 cards left. Either 20, 21, somewhere around there. And so is going to go ahead with the 2 to play this new East Blue card, right? With trashing a card from hand and trashing the character is going to be able to draw 2. So go down to 18. Is basically like a pseudo trash 2 draw 2. Oh my goodness, the stream. And so Zeph now going to be able to pick up the Kaya and now mill 2 more cards. Is sitting at about 16 now at this point. And still sitting at 4 life, by the way. Nami definitely in the driver's seat of this game, in my opinion. Could go ahead and play that 1-cost Nami or Kaya back down onto the field, but may decide to hold it a little bit. Now swinging 5 at the Atmos. Is just going to be a 1K counter out of that. An easy get out of the swing. And just passes off the turn. Leaves 3 Dawn open. I'll let you know my top 5 decks after this game. I just want to make sure I get the Nami call correctly. But I'll do it for OP14/EBO3 format here in a sec. And so Ace now sitting at a full 10 Dawn yet again. May have access to a Marco or something at this point, right? Especially with that Zeph. If he hits a life, that is 7 cards milled from the top of the deck. And especially with Nami sitting at about 16 cards or so in deck, every card counts at this point. So does get that 10-drop Newgate blocker on the field, is going to be able to draw 2 and trash 1 while attaching a couple Dawn to one of your characters. So ends up pitching Roundtable. Roundtable is something we've seen in a couple decks as of late, whether that's the red Trafalgar Law deck once or twice in Ace. Is just a nice removal card. No, this tournament is not live right now. This is a VOD. I have the links of the VOD in the description. Yeah, I think it's also interesting that this ace has not gone for pudding yet, because pudding can be so good in this matchup. But I think maybe he's waiting until next turn to go for pudding. And so gets 2 Dawn on the new gate, right, for that Dawn ×2 effect, is going to be able to swing and KO that Kaya. Here comes the first life, no trigger. A 5,000 power swing now is going to be Rubber Band of Doom to mill 1 card. 7,000 power swing coming in is going to go ahead, do the Gum Gum Giant Gavel to mill 2 more cards, going down to 13. And the 8,000 power swing here, only about 4 cards in hand. Could just be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think it's 15. It's either 14 or 15, I think, maybe, chat. It might actually be easier to count the trash at this point. I hope Nami wins Vet Freedom because they banned the leader and the new leader is bad in comparison. I don't ever want Nami to be the #1 deck in format, but I want it to exist in the game because I like unique playstyles and I like different playstyles. But that's just my opinion. No, you're good. You're good, Daniel. It's just going to take a lot of brain power for me to name my top 5. Because it's definitely probably changed a little bit since my tier list video. It's probably changed a little bit. And so with that one, is going to go ahead with another 9 to do another Gum Gum Giant. And so now drawing for turn. Going down to about 11 or 12 cards left at this point. Sanji's Pilaf going to draw 2 more cards. So you have 7 done left. Not really going to be able to use Zeph, I think, at this point for the big swing to go and mill a ton of cards. Especially because I don't think you have unblockable. Yeah, I think he's at 7 cards. How many cards does he at left? He is going to go with the Kaya. That is going to get 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think he's actually got 6 cards left. I think he's got 6, if I can see correctly. A hanger is going to go ahead, draw 1 more to about 5. Kaya going to go to 3. And with the one with a Kaya is going to draw 2, trash 2. And especially because you know, as the Nami, what this last card is in your deck. 1 card left. You know if there is a draw trigger in life right now. If there's a draw trigger in life, you win the game. Because you should know what exactly the 3 cards are in life at this point. And so Red Rock is going to bottom deck one of these cards to go to 2. But still draw 2 triggers in this deck. I don't think Sanji's Pilaf is in there because I think all 4 have been played. A Rubber Band would be able to win the game. And the swing right here, no trigger, it looks like. The Jozu swing, no trigger. The new gate is no trigger. No! Did not have anything. Was 1 card short. Nami not getting that game just by the ace winning by the skin of their teeth. Holy smokes. I was for sure because of how they played that Nami had a draw trigger in life. I mean, I didn't count the amount of rubber bands that they had. I did not count. I mean, I did count the Sanji Pilaf. But the thing about Nami now is the only kind of draw triggers that you have in this deck are Sanji's Pilaf and Rubber Band. I don't believe there's any other draw triggers in this deck. I don't believe there's any other draw triggers in the deck because Giant doesn't have Giant is a bounce character back to hand. You can't play Impel Down All-Stars. You can't play you can't play what's another card that I'm thinking of? He was one card short and none of the cards were events. Yeah, I bet he just didn't have... I mean, I bet he was just digging for some sort of event. Yo, what up, Chippy? How you doing? What's the other draw? Spada. That's the one that I'm thinking of. You can't play Spada either. So it turns out that Nami falling by one card. One card. Definitely a close game, though. All right, on to this VOD. Yeah, Goner event trigger is just bouncing an 8 cost. Chat, real quick, because I have... So the ace one. I'm sorry if I didn't make that more clear. Chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick because I've had a lot to hydrate this morning. I am real quick going to play some advertisements so then you don't get them in the middle of rounds. And then when I come back, before we get into the next game, I'm going to name my top 5 decks in the OP14 format that I think personally right now. So I'll be right back. Hold on to your butts. And I'm going to play a quick Nen Garden ad for you guys so then you guys can still watch something. I'll be right back. Listen, if you've seen my videos or you've maybe seen me at an event, I love Nen Garden playmats. And especially with Black Friday, now is an insane time to get your very own playmat. Or maybe a gift for somebody else. All of the standard playmats are going to be cut at a discount. And not only that, you've got stickers, pins, apparel, that's also going to be discounted on the website. And these discounts are already so good, and you know I've got a code there for a discount of your own, but it's actually been bumped up to 10% to help you save even more on this Black Friday. Make sure to stack up the savings and get a great gift for either yourself or somebody else this holiday season. The link to Nen Garden's website where you can get your next favorite TCG product is in the description below. Thank you so much to Nen Garden for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to that video. Okay, chat. Where's the screen? Where's the screen? Where's the screen? There it is. Ugh. Okay. Also, Nico, thanks for following over on Twitch. Okay, chat. Before we get into this next game, real quick, I'm going to tell you my top 5 decks of OP14 after seeing the format play out for 2 weeks now. I think Ace is still the best deck in format. And then the other top decks, I'm really struggling if I want in second place either Boa Hancock or Emu. I think those are number 2 and number 3, but I think you can argue about placing one over the other. But if you had to put a gun to my head right now and say, Jake, I need you to choose one, I would probably put Boa at number 2, and I would put Emu at number 3. And then at number 4, I would put Doflamingo, because I think Doflamingo was super impressive after this first weekend, and pretty much also in every 3-on-3 event that I've seen as of late, the team is running Doflamingo. Like, he is a huge presence in the game. And I think he has a unique play style, and if you know how to play against him, he's very, very dangerous. I think he's very, very dangerous. I think Mihawk would be my number 5, though. Honestly, I don't think he's on Fraud Watch. But I think he can be countered. I've just, for all the stream games, and this may change in this tournament, in this Tokyo tournament, but all the Tokyo championships that we watched, Mihawk was super underwhelming. And I don't know if that's more just unfortunate bad luck or indicative to what the deck really is, but Mihawk is still played very, very frequently, right? Is still successful, did win one of the major tournaments that happened. It was either this weekend or this past weekend. So still like a very good deck. It's definitely in the top 5, but I think Boa, Emu, and Doflamingo have excelled enough for me to put them up. But I think really you could switch any of those 2 through 5, in my opinion. I think you can switch 2 through 5 very easily. No, Greg, this event is a VOD. I've got the link in the YouTube description below if you want to watch the official VOD. I'm just recasting it. Snake Man Luffy? I think Snake Man Luffy is like number 6. I think he's not necessarily top 5, but I think he's a very, very good deck. I think he's number 6. At the highest, I'd put him at top 5. Or at the highest, I'd put him, I think probably at 5. But that's my personal top 5. How do you like the TCG versus like Yu-Gi-Oh? I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh seriously, so I can't say how I like it. I mean, obviously I like it more than Yu-Gi-Oh because I have a full-time job in the One Piece trading card game, and I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh. But I don't think that's a very good answer. Take that with a grain of salt. Chad. Also, Mary TCG, thank you so much for following. I hope you're having a good day, friend. Welcome on in. So, Chad, Boa versus Ace. Boa going first and passing the... No, it looks like they haven't started yet. I was going to say passing the turn because Ace has their Dawn, but I don't think they've started officially. Yeah, I'm thankful, Daniel, that I got my starter deck 22 stuff on release day. Because if I want to play Ace, I'm sure it's a pain to get the starter deck 22 stuff now. Although, thankfully, you're just looking for Ezo Searchers and the 8-drop event, which at least the 8-drop event is pretty cheap. I bet the Ezos are relatively cheap. Maybe they're like the most expensive card in the deck, but it's not like you're buying Secret Rare Kumas, you know? Chad, who do you think wins, Boa or Ace? We've seen this matchup played out a couple times. I think it's kind of 50-50. Ace beating Boa in one of the Tokyo championships last weekend. Besides Ace, which is unfortunate, do you think Croc is positioned well into the other decks? Moho and Magix, I think Croc is arguably... Croc is like number 7, right? I think Croc is in the same position as Luffy, where I don't know if I'd put them in the top 5, but they're serious meta contenders. Like, we saw Crocodile have a top finish in one of the Tokyo Japan Championships last weekend. I think made top 16. I don't think he made it in the top 8, but it's still a really good deck. Like, if you want to play that deck in OP14, I think you got a pretty good shot. Can Red Black Sabo still compete in 14? Yes, Scrolls. But I think you need the EBO3 Koala, and you definitely need that McDonald's, or you definitely need the EBO3 Koala, but you also really want to utilize the McDonald's promo Sabo. I think that Sabo is still good in this format, but he's not, I don't think he's as well positioned as he was before. But we did see him, I think he had a top in one of the Tokyo Championships. I think he had a top 16 finish in day 2, maybe it was. Jinbei's also one of those. Jinbei is also in that category of the like Luffy Croc kind of decks, where I think he's really, like, Jinbei's also really good. We saw Jinbei make a Tokyo Championship appearance. We didn't get to watch the games that he played, but I think he had a top 8 finish. So, like, yeah, like, I mean, my top 5, in most order, but not fully. I think Ace is number 1. I think 2 through 5 is just whatever is the meta. I think it switches around throughout the meta, but I think Boa, Emu, Doflamingo, Purple Dofi, and Mihawk, I think, is my top 5. And then I think, honestly, like 6 through 10, also very viable decks. 6 through 10 being Luffy, UP Luffy, Crocodile, Black Crocodile, Jinbei. I think, honestly, like, Roger's in there, because when Roger hits curve, he's crazy. And probably, like, Red Black Sabo. Or maybe Green Bonnie, actually. Wait. Actually, maybe I put Green Bonnie in my top 10 instead of Sabo. But that means 11th place is probably Sabo, I think. I think this format is much more wide open than 13. But I think the decks in it are, like, really, really strong. Yeah, and Blue Yellow Nami also can be top 10. Like, I think there's a huge conversation about the top 10, like the 6 through 10 area, where you can have like 8 different decks in there. And it all just changes depending on where the meta's at. I think a lot of those decks change their spots in response to the meta and at any given tournament. It's a cool format, in my opinion. Yeah, Roger with the promo buffs is definitely a good deck. But, Jed, did you guys see the other day? I don't know why this round is taking so long to fire. Did you guys see the other day that last week, I think it was last week, Emu had the number 1 flagship wins in Japan? I think had 22 flagship wins, and the next highest, I think, was Boa at 14 or 13. Did you guys see that the other day? Of course, Daniel, I try to, I'm always honest with my content in terms of how I feel about the meta. I don't hide any deck lists. I don't hide any thoughts about secret meta picks or anything like that. The judge is cleaning up the stream area. But Chad, thank you so much for being here and hanging out. I know there's a lot of TCG content going on right now, especially Riftbound. Jackson Huang, Clyde TCG, is in the top 8 of the Riftbound Regional, by the way, for anyone who's curious and is like me, is cheering him on. But Boa and Ace just going draw pass for the first 2 turns of the game. Now Boa going into their 3 Dawn turn. Hey, appreciate it, Salty. The replay is going to be public on both Twitch and YouTube. So you guys are going to be able to watch the VOD of the stream if you can't tune in for the whole time. Boa going to be swinging 8,000 power. Ace is going to take that life and use his leader effect to draw 1 card, right? Because he did attach Dawn to his leader. Now going into the 4 Dawn turn, could do something like Marco right here after swinging 6,000 power at lead. Boa is going to take the life. We'll see if it's a play trigger. It is. It's the Gorgon Sisters off the top of the first life. Boa getting the leader effect of drawing one card, right? Because you played a character on your opponent's turn. The Gorgon Sisters is like one of the best cards to have off of trigger, right? Especially a blind trigger. Being able, with that activating main, if you've got 3 Kuja Pirates or Amazon Lilies in hand, be able to attach Rested Dawn to all of your leaders and characters, means that if Boa plays out a 4-cost character right now, like this starter deck Boa, you're going to be able to use that Gorgon Sisters effect, right, if you fulfill that activate main requirement of those 3 cards, and you're going to be able to swing 6,000 power at least twice. One with the Gorgon Sisters and one with your leader. And so off of this 4-cost Boa blocker is going to be able to look at the top 3. If they've got a 6-drop Secret Rare Kuma in hand, this is the perfect card to be able to set up the heal off of the Kuma. So it is going to go ahead, attach 1/2 leader. We'll see if they attach any more. Thanks for keeping the GOAT Vegapunk out of the top 10. You're welcome. He's a cool deck, though. He's just like a glass cannon deck, I feel like. I feel like with Vegapunk, you have to win within like the first 5 turns of the game or you lose. And so is going to use that Gorgon Sisters effect to reveal Gorgon Sisters, Gloriosa, and a 9-drop Boa in the hand, in exchange for giving Rested Dawn to all the leaders and characters. So it gives 1 to the leader, 1 to the Gorgon Sisters, and can technically give 1 to the blocker Boa, though it doesn't really matter that much. And so we'll see how he decides to swing. Is going to swing with the Gorgon Sisters, 6,000 power at lead. Is going to use leader effect to pitch that card and minus 2,000 on the Gorgon Sisters to get out of the attack. Now can attach this active Dawn to leader. And if they do have an 8,000 power swing, that's going to force 2 more cards out of the Ace's hand right now because he already utilized leader effect. Or take 1 more life. Especially with Ace this early in the game taking so much life. Boa, plenty of life left and also opportunities to get Ace to take that last life and also maybe Perfume Femur to go for game, right? Get around the different blockers like Marco and Edward Newgate. So Ace now is going to be tapping for Atmos. Atmos, with revealing 2 Whitebeard Pirates kind of cards, is going to be able to bounce the Boa back into the hand. So bounces back into the hand, revealing 2 10-cost Newgates. And with the 1 Dawn is going to attach to leader. Looks like passed off the turn, does not want to swing anymore. Actually, doesn't even want to swing at the Gorgon Sisters, right? Because of that Boa leader effect. If a 5,000 power character or less dies, gets KO'd, you get to have your opponent take a life right there once per turn. It's what makes Boa so dangerous, right? Board control so hard. You have to bounce back the characters. And so now sitting at a 7 Dawn turn, I believe at this point. If they have Kuma, they're going to be able to heal the life that they put in and put as the second card of the 4-cost Boa blocker stack. So we'll see if he does that. I think you need 4 Kuma to play Boa. I truly do. I think Kuma is so good in this deck. But is going to go for a Silver's Rayleigh instead. Since you and your opponent, less than 3 life, is going to be able to KO a 7,000 base power character or less. So goes for that Atmos. Atmos as well being KO does not proc Ace's leader effect. Because Ace's leader effect says when a 6,000 power or more character is KO'd, Atmos only being 5. And so now using the Gorgon Sisters trigger is going to reveal the same 3 cards, not giving any, or actually revealed the blocker Boa instead of the 9-cost Boa, which we kind of already knew was in hand, so no information gained at all. Is maybe going to go ahead with another 7,000 power swing combo. So starts out with 6 from the Boa leader. Ace using leader effect, pitching the 10-cost Newgate. Does still have 1 more active Dawn, but decides to swing 6,000 power at lead. So just a 6 is a 2K to get out of that. Not a 1K, but a 2K, and Boa passes off the turn. We see a couple different characters or 1-cost events that Boa does play that cost 1 Dawn on the counter, including You'll Frighten Me and also Slave Arrow, typically, in this deck. So the Slave Arrow might be nice to be able to pick up a character, but also give plus 4,000 power. And so is going to play that 10-cost Newgate after getting the 8-cost event down. Pitches the 9-cost Newgate. Interesting pitching that card, right? Could be plus 2,000 power to get out of some lethal swings. And attaches 2 Dawn to both the leader and character. Didn't want to save that 9-cost Newgate for later. Still sitting at 1 life. If he KOs the Gorgon Sisters, he is going to have to take this final life. So swinging 8,000 power now. I think at lead. Boa has to be careful, right, with the balance of life, even though they're a little aggro in this matchup. Does have to be careful about the amount of life that they take. Because of all these swings that can start stacking up. Ends up taking the first one and does not get a trigger. Ends up passing the turn, leaves both blockers up. Right, Marco going to be able to draw 2 cards if he gets KO'd on the block. Newgate also being a nice block as well. Could be a good time right now to play that 9-drop Boa that you revealed earlier, and does exactly that. Is going to be able to rest 9. I believe should have tapped all the Dawn, right? Because you're at the 9 Dawn turn going first. It should be not. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Is going to be able to burn Ace's last life, put it into the hand. And now with the Gorgon Sisters, you can go ahead, reveal 3 Amazon Lily cards and Kuja Pirates to be able to get the rested Dawn on these different characters and leader. So he's going to do exactly that. Reveal 3 cards yet again that we already knew. And now 1 on the Gorgon Sisters, 1 on the Rayleigh, 1 on the leader. And so is now going to go 6,000 power leader at lead. Is just going to try to force cards in the hand to come out. Maybe setting up for a Perfume Femur in the next turn. So Ace, you got to think about right now, I think, maybe blocking with Marco sometime in this turn. Even though you would lose the Marco, right? You'd be able to draw cards. Because a Perfume Femur means that Marco is obsolete. So maybe you want to prioritize the amount of cards that you have in hand at this point. Is an interesting turn at this point for the Ace. Uses leader effect, pitching the Marco out of hand. Now the 6,000 power swing with the Gorgon Sisters is going to be a block and KO. Using leader effect and Marco's on KO effect to draw 3 cards effectively. Still has the Silver's Rayleigh to worry about, but Silver's Rayleigh, if he swings, is just going to be a block from the Newgate. So Boa passing off the turn, prioritizing keeping this Newgate, or I'm sorry, the Silver's Rayleigh alive. Probably doesn't mind at this point if the Gorgon Sisters go. Because if the Gorgon Sisters go, that means probably the 10-cost Newgate was the one who swung. I don't know if Boa wants to go first or second. I think he's okay with either. And ends up using Red Rock on the 9-cost Boa. That Red Rock is going to be nice, right? To remove that body on the field. Perfume Femur and stacking up the power on that Boa would be so dangerous to try to get out of lethal range, right? A Boa that sits at 10,000 power getting a Perfume Femur is way harder than a Boa Hancock leader at 5,000 power getting a Perfume Femur. So uses the Garp for a quick search. Now has 3 Dawn left. Can go ahead and board control now at this point because you don't have any life anyway. So attaches 2 and now swings 8,000 power. Leaving 1 Dawn active, we could see something like Radical Beam in the hand. Something a lot of aces frequently play. But if using 2 2Ks here would get you out of the swing, and so does do that with Gorgon Sisters and Shaku Yaku, and passes off the turn. Now at a full 10 Dawn. We'll see if Boa has the Perfume Femur and can get the game right here. Perfume Fumer only being able to be utilized on 7 Warlords of the Sea kind of characters. So only the Boa leader right now. No, this is not. I'm live. The match is not. This is a VOD. I've got the VOD channel on the pinned message on Twitch because the whatchamacallit, it was segmented into multiple different videos. So what do you do now as Boa? Are you confident? And uses the pudding. Pudding is going to be able to reset the hand completely, and you still have 6 Dawn to work with at this point. May go ahead and try to use the Gorgon Sisters if you have 3 Amazon Lily Kuja Pirate cards in the hand still to be able to give Rested Dawn onto these leaders and characters. Try to swing a little bit. Maybe eat a card out of the Ace's hand. Ends up using the Gorgon Sisters to put Arrested Dawn on all your leaders and characters. Is going to be able to set the base power to swing at Ace. So maybe we'll try to get some cards. And so attaches 1 active to the Rayleigh, now swinging at lead. Rayleigh, a 6,000 power base character, is going to be an 8K swing. Was that leader effect in 2K or 2K 1K? I can't remember. I did not see what that other card was with the Otama. But was able to get a couple cards out of hand. That's the big key. Perfume Femur now going in onto the Boa is going to attach the 3 and now swing. We'll see if Ace can get it. And no, he does not. Just immediately scoops. Did not have 1 Dawn as active for a Radical Beam. And even if he did, here's the thing, chat. Even if he did, because he only had the Newgate and the Garp on the board and both sitting at 3 life, very likely that Ace was not going to be able to win that game on the clapback. Meaning Boa would probably just have another turn. Oh, it was Roger? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Roger and Otama. Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. I figured it was leader effect, but because it was an AK swing. Pudding is a super interesting card. I don't think, Chad, pudding should be banned. Here's my personal take. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't think pudding should be banned, but I do think pudding is really interesting in this card game when there's no, like, hand resetting. We've gotten plenty of cards that have, like, hand removal, where, like, you can get 1 or 2 cards out of hand, trash them from your opponent's hand. But pudding is the only card that exists, I think, that, like, completely resets your hand. I think it's really weird in the card game. I don't think it's bannable, but I do find it to be an odd card. And I'd be curious if they would give... Yeah, pudding, like, keeps the game fair in some senses. But I can understand how people don't like pudding for game, basically. I mean, I was playing some reps with... I was playing some reps against my friend. He was playing UP Luffy. UP Luffy, and I was playing Zoro Sanji, which is favored for Zoro Sanji, but if the game goes long, UP Luffy can easily win. I did it on my 9 Dawn turn. I did Pudding and Dead Man's Game. And I think he was at 2 life left. I had 4 swings. It was like 6, 7, 7, 6. And I won the game. Because he just drew into like all bricks. Had no Dawn left open. Yeah, not cheese. I think it'd be interesting if a lot of other colors had pudding. I don't know how it would do for the game, health-wise. Because I don't know if I really want every single color to have access to it, to be honest. I don't know. I just don't know. I think that pudding is a weird card in the game, but I don't know. I I just don't know. I don't know how much of it we need, you know? Because I honestly don't want every single deck to play Boa. I feel like that doesn't sound as good as it, as the knee-jerk reaction could think. Like, if every deck could play Pudding, every deck probably would. Or at least most decks would. Right? So you'd have to think about it every single game. In Pokemon, it's like way different. If you've ever played Pokemon, the hand resetting is a dime a dozen. You know? In Pokemon, but Pokemon has such aggressive draw. So it's way different of a game. One Piece does not have aggressive draw. So I don't know. I don't know personally. I would be curious if it did reset both hands though. Right? If it reset both you and your opponent's hand, I think that could be something interesting to see how that would feel in comparison. Purple can definitely have access to it, just Dawn minus. Yeah, like purple, you would just Dawn minus, right? Or actually, would you? Because Pudding is like, Pudding doesn't say like you have to trash a card from hand or anything. Pudding is just like reset. That's it. Just the on play. Whereas like, if you had to Dawn minus as purple or take a life as yellow or mill 2 cards as black, like, those are way different requirements, right, than blue. Blue would easily have, like, the best Pudding-esque kind of card. Yeah, Pudding is, like, part of blue's identity. I disagree, Joseph Tuttle. I don't think Pokemon is luck-based. I think that's a very... what's the word that I'm looking for? A very poor summary of what Pokemon is. As someone who's played Pokemon for like 6 years. 7 years now? Might be 7. More like 6. More like 6. Pokemon is very different from One Piece, but it is not luck-based. There's a reason why the top players are consistently the top players at events. It's not luck. Yeah, that's true. If you do reset both hands, you could play Pudding with a 1-card hand, and now all of a sudden you have 5. Which that's a flip side to it. If you did both hands, you could have stuff like that, which I bet people would play into. Also, NTS, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. That's not luck-based, though. I mean, there is luck in that, but you could say the same thing about One Piece. I've had plenty of hands in One Piece where I mulliganed because the hand was trash, and the hand got even worse after the mulligan. I don't think that's a fair evaluation. Because I think all card games inherently are like that. You could just start out terrible. That's just the nature of card games. Ah, here's the next round. Let's see, what are these people playing? The playmat is a little off. A little off. Only thing I see wrong with Pudding, she's not a dead card on field nor hand. She has 4K power and 1K counter. Yeah, I would be curious if it had like no counter on it or something. Oh, it's gonna be Ace and Mihawk chat. So we're getting some Mihawk gaming in. A lot of Ace, but not surprising, as Ace very, very popular in the format right now. No Sanji yet, Jonathan. No Sanji yet. That could be cool, Yogurt. Well, I think because it's part of Blue's identity because it's such an important card in Blue in general. I think that's the reasoning behind saying it's part of Blue's identity. Because there's so many Blue decks that just play it, right? Because it's a broken card. It's super good. And like playing against Blue, you know, how many times does your opponent say cards in hand? So like you have to think about hand size of what the value is of putting, right? Hand knowledge, right? How many searches have you done to where your opponent knows the cards in hand? How have you been countering out of swings, right? Have you been over countering, like countering a 2K instead of a 1K when you could have just used a 1K? Or are you leaving up Dawn for an event? For a counter event like Dead Man's Game or Gum Gum Giant, right? Pudding is tough to play against, I think, a lot of times. The main good thing about Pudding, though, is that Pudding is a non-searchable card in most all decks, right? Blue Big Mom Pirates. It's unsearchable in a lot of situations. It's not unsearchable in something like the one-cost Garp, right? Because one-cost Garp can find it. But that's the big redeeming thing, I think, about Pudding. Just unban Rygo. Yeah, that fixes everything. Yeah, just unban Rygo. That'll fix everything. I mean, we have Red Rock, right? Why does Blue get Red Rock and Pudding? Bring Rygo back. You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm starting a new campaign, Chad. Bring Rygo back. Just kidding. I don't know if I want Rygo back. Are we starting? We fixed the camera. We got our starting hands. Looks like Draco Mihawk is going first. So, chat, leave your predictions in the chat. Do you think Mihawk's going to win or Ace? Leave your guesses. None at all, Nachi. Pudding was not released in a specific package. Pudding was just a card release that exists. They don't have like Blue Big Mom Pirates cards or like a Blue Big Mom Pirates deck. They made it so it was just a generic blue card that was used in decks. Although I don't even know if they expected Pudding to be that good. Right? Yeah, Ace can search it though. Anything that has like the one drop Garp effect in a sense can search it. Blue Yellow Nami can also search it with the Will You Be My Servant event. So there are a couple decks that can search Pudding, but that means that if they find the Pudding, they can't find like other pieces. I feel like we very rarely see searches find Pudding. You know? I would love to see like a percentage chart of like players that could have grabbed Pudding off a Will You Be My Servant or a Garp search, but didn't take it. Because I feel like it would be a high percentage of people that didn't take it. Yeah, yellow was the final blow. Yeah, the thing about Ace, in my opinion, chat, and one of the reasons that I think Red Black Sabo has a good matchup into it, is like if you just remove the new gates turn after turn, if you do it 2 turns in a row, you remove the 10 cost new gates, it's so hard to lose, right? Because Sabo, if I just play 2 Stussies back to back on your 10 drop new gates, how do I lose? It is so hard to lose. And I think the same could be said about yellow for Rygo. If yellow had Rygo again and Anel just played Rygo back to back turns on the 10 drop wait a minute, what just happened? Why did we... Oh, no, we're back. We zoomed out everything. If yellow had Rygo, whoa. Too close. I think Anel could have a winning matchup into Ace for sure. Yeah, Sanji event can also search the pudding. Yes. Yeah, because that you don't have to reveal it. You can grab literally anything. And then Sanji can use multiple red rocks, especially with the EBO3 Reiju cheating out a red rock with a Dawn -1. Heck yeah, I'm going to use it. I think search should be good in the game, you know? I mean, it should start any second door. I thought this game would start a little bit sooner, chat. Apologies. Oh, there we go. All right, Mihawk starting out with the Perona. Going to be looking at the top 5. Is going to be able to grab Tashigi, ride a character with Slash. Tashigi, a good card in these Mihawk decks, is definitely a staple for a lot of these Mihawk decks. Ace now going to 2. Could have a 1-drop Searcher. Might attach 1/2 lead. Is going to use Otama. So out of the 3 cards that they could utilize, I think as Mihawk, you love seeing the Otama instead of a 1-cost Searcher, because Otama is a 2K out of hand. So is going to pitch the 8-cost event, attach 1 to lead and pass off the turn. Mihawk now going into 3. Is going to go ahead play the 3-cost Tashigi. 3-cost Tashigi could be very, very nice in the future for something like your 7-drop Shanks, right? If Ace decides to red rock the Shanks, you're going to be able to use Tashigi to be able to protect it at least for a turn. Shank's a very, very good card in this Dracula Mihawk deck as he goes to 5, taking a life on the swing. So is going to play Tashigi on curve for 5. No Coffin Boat at this point, but is going to tap that Perona to get 3 Dawn up as active because you have a 5-cost on the field. And now the Coffin Boat coming down, drawing a card for turn. Can't play any characters on the field from that Dracula Mihawk effect. Is thinking about going ahead and swinging 6. May swing 7. But is thinking about 6 instead. And so is going to attach the 2. Go ahead, swing at lead. Just a 2K to get out of it. The Coffin Boat, end of turn, restanding 1 Dawn. The thing about this Tashigi, even though it has to rest 1 card on the protection effect, right? On the opponent's turn. If it's removed from the field of play, you can tap 1 card to keep it on the field. You also have the 3-cost Tashigi there to protect you as well. So it has multiple layers of protection going on right now. If there's a Jozu or anything, Atmos would be able to get rid of the Tashigi. But Jozu is the only way outside of Red Rock that can get this out. Ends up on the 6,000 power Marco swing using Dead Man's Game as the counter event. So Ace now sitting at 6. It's kind of an awkward turn right now because you can't really remove anything on the field. Is going to go with an Ezo and just search. Maybe he's looking for that Marco right there, right? Establish another blocker. Can't grab Yamato because Yamato not Whitebeard Pirates. 6-7? Chat, I'm hip. I'm young. I know what 6-7 is. Grabs a 10-cost Newgate. Now attaching 1, swinging 6, or 7, I'm sorry. Mihawk is going to take that next life, going down 2-3, and play down another Marco blocker. Now going to 7. We'll see if he has a Shanks on this turn to play on curve. Shanks, just an incredible card in this deck. So probably doesn't have it if he hasn't played it already. Maybe thinking about how to swing if he has it in hand on the rest of this turn. Oh yeah, I meant the 3 cost Tashigi. I forgot that they're both Tashigi because I'm not caught up in One Piece. Also, Kyo, how you doing? That's a good call out. Yeah, I should say 3 cost Tashigi and 5 cost Tashigi. I should specify. Ends up using the Perona, finds a Law and Beppo. Gonna be nice for the future turns, right? To be able to proactively rest the different new gates. But the 5 cost Bonnie, this is a card that we've seen very frequently in the first 2 weeks of Dracula Mihawk decks, is gonna stun a Dawn into Ace's 8 Dawn turn. So now he's only gonna have 7 active Dawn to be able to utilize in this next turn. That means he's not going to be able to play the 8 cost I Am Whitebeard event to cheat out a 10 cost new gate. Yo, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope your Christmas party went well. I'm excited to finally watch this. I haven't watched this yet. And so after using Tashigi's effect to tap 2 cards and give her plus 2,000 power, swinging 8 is going to be able to get a life. And now, after using Leader Effect to tap the Coffin Boat and restand 3 Dawn, is thinking about attaching 3 Dawn and swinging another 8,000 power, a good number at Ace, right? Even with Leader Effect, does force another card out of hand because of that minus 2,000. So how does Ace get out? I think Ace is in kind of a sticky situation. Uses Leader Effect and the Pudding to get out of the swing. Pudding, the hot commodity topic of the stream today, is going to go ahead, draw a card. Only 7 active Dawn to work with. How much do you swing with these Marcos? Right? Maybe try to put a body on board to apply pressure in the future turns. We do know a 10 cost Newgate is in the hand. And we saw an 8 cost I Am Whitebeard event pitched early, maybe implying that he had another one in hand. And a good turn by this Mihawk, in my opinion. This event was last weekend. But yeah, that Bonnie, I was super surprised to see it in the Mihawk decks, but it made a lot of sense in my opinion of why it was in there. And so 7,000 power now going in with this Marco on the swing, especially with the ability to rest 4 costs. Maybe just try to get aggressive with these Marcos as swings to apply pressure on this Mihawk. Mihawk not really known for drawing cards, right? Very limited the cards in hand and life. Maybe some searches. So maybe the pressure is what you want to do right now. I know, I want to see Sabo in Top Cuts too. Because the one time that we did see Sabo in Top Cut, he got absolutely destroyed by a Bonnie, and it was a travesty. I need a redemption for my boy Sabo. So still this 7,000 power swing is going to go ahead and use the Trilithium event. So is going to do exactly that just to get out of the swing. Is he swinging somewhere else? Or no. The Trilithium, if you have 10 or more cards that are rested, you get plus 4,000 power. That's right. Another swing at Marco, taking a life, and now a final 7,000 power swing with Ace. After playing down the Yamato. Getting that rested Dawn and drawing cards, just applying a body on board at this point. We'll see if this Mihawk takes a life or uses this final rested Dawn. I don't know why that was so hard to say. Holy moly. What do you do now? Is going to go down to 1. So does go down to 1, leave that 1 Dawn as active, and now we move into his 9 Dawn turn. Could have 9 cost Mihawk, the secret rare right here. The secret rare Mihawk would be able to nullify an attack on the Ace's next turn, as well as being able to trash a card from hand to get plus 2,000 power in one of the battles, could be very nice. So is going to go ahead, rest the Coffin Boat and the Perona to make that Tashigi a big 8,000 power body. And the Mihawk coming in, alternate art, Akira Agawa, one of my favorite illustrators in the One Piece trading card game, is going to now use leader effect, more than likely, on this Mihawk. Not only to restand 3 Dawn, but on your turn, when this character becomes rested, up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 9 or less cannot be rested until the end of your opponent's next end phase. You can nullify blockers, you can nullify characters. So is more than likely going to hit this Yamato as the target. Right? Maybe try to force this Ace to swing with his blockers to be able to apply pressure in this coming turn. I think Mihawk's a really good deck, Kyo. I think it had a really underwhelming opening weekend in the Japan Championships, but I think did pretty well in Hong Kong. I don't remember the exact results, so I'm going to see it today probably in this event. But I think did really well in Hong Kong at this event, and I've seen some good finishes with it, especially in flagships, so pretty good deck. I wouldn't be surprised to face some Mihawks in OP14 format for Nationals. And so now swings with the Tashigi is going to be 8,000 power using that Izo effect on opponent's attack to trash the character. Draw 1 card and bottom deck 1 card. Could be used for filtering some dead pieces that you don't need in this matchup. Whether that's a non-counter card. Oh, nice. Top 8 in the Singapore event yesterday. Yes, there is an official link. It is in the pinned message on YouTube. It directs to the YouTube channel where this was streamed from because there's 4 different streams. They disconnected several times during this championship. So instead of providing you 4 links, I'll just give you the channel. If you check out their live tab, it's got the different streams there. But yeah, that's the link to the channel. And then from there you can see the streams. I just didn't want to link all 4 of them in one message, so I just did the main channel. Cuz you should subscribe to their channel anyways, because all of these there's a lot of championships that go on this channel. This is round 4, I think. This is round 4. I think there's 9 rounds, 8 or 9 rounds. I think that's 4. This could be round 5. Are we still trying to fulfill this 8,000 power swing right here? I think we are. 1, 2, 3. No, this is round 4. Yeah, this is round 4, I think. So is going to go 2K, 1K to get out of that. Still got the 5-cost Bonnie to swing with. Still got leader to swing with. How much Dawn do you leave? So is just going to go at the Marco, I think. So is going to swing at that Marco, draw 2 cards. Maybe doesn't have a lot of counter in hand. Maybe saying, okay, I got to nullify the amount of swings that are coming at me on this turn. Don't have any blockers to get any free blocks. And at only 1 life, 3 potential swings from this ace, maybe he could actually, with 3 swings, get out of this. So he's going to attach the 1, now swing 6,000 power at the Marco, just a 1K Jozu to get out of it, passing off the turn. Coffin Boat going to restand 1 Dawn. And we'll see, with only Marco and Ace, I guess maybe Otama could swing too. Only having those swings available to him because the Yamato was stunned by the 9-cost Secret Rare Mihawk. We'll see what he can do. But going into the 10-cost New Gate instead, maybe trying to bleed out this Mihawk's hand a little bit. Of course, us. Draw some cards, attaches Dawn to these different characters. Now swinging 8,000 power with the Marco. 8,000 power is going to be a lot of cards out of hand to be able to get out of this swing. He should have poked the 6. Yeah, I think he should have poked the 6K as well. I think he should have done that. I think he just kind of pivoted on this turn. Although, why do you pivot though? When you didn't search, none of your cards in hand change. Your opponent didn't really change any cards in hand either. Because you just gave him like a free, you just let him get those 2 cards back. He only lost 1 card in hand last turn. You know? Because he pitched 2 cards off of 1 swing. Ends up pitching Ace and Kiku Nojo. Does the Ace have count, or the Shanks have counter on it? Oh, I think use the Dracula Mihawk's on opponent's attack effect to get plus 2,000 power trashing a card from hand, and then using the Kiku Nojo as a 2K to get out of the swing. So interesting to see a 2K instead of a 1K, chat. Actually, wait, no, 2K was perfect math to get out of that. And the A swing is going to get that last life. Mihawk now no life at this point. Mihawk having no life. He is going to be able to stun 2 characters if he plays Law and Beppo. Right? Law and Beppo would be able to rest the New Gate blocker. And then Mihawk, the 9-cost, being able to stun another body, either Marco or Yamato. But you'd have to get rid of this Marco, right? And you still have a leader swing that can come at your face. Especially if you rest all 10. You'd only have a handful of events potentially to be able to utilize with Dawn. You'd have to use your leader effect to rest something. To get 3 Dawn, you get 1 more back with Coffin Boat. How much Dawn do you attach to be able to swing at lead? Ace still having decent hand size. Still 2 life at this point. We got Boa for like the first couple rounds. Yeah, Yamato is stunned due to the Mihawk 9-cost. Yeah. And so is going to go with the Law and Beppo. After boosting up the Tashigi, playing over that Perona. Still has leader effect, but what do you rest? Do you go ahead, rest the 3-cost Tashigi? But is going to rest the Law and Beppo, right? As a character that can swing, Law and Beppo probably your best option. Even though Ace probably going to go for game, I feel like, at this point. Still got the Mihawk swing. Still got 8,000 power Tashigi at your disposal, as well as a Bonnie. Probably not going to be able to hit lethal this turn, but could put yourself in a range to where you could get it next turn if you survive, right? Could get as much as 4 Dawn up as active at the end of this turn, depending on how many counter events you hand. I think I saw a Dead Man's Game in the hand. So does have the potential for some counter as a 7,000 power leader. Yeah, especially because he's a 7,000 power leader and he's going to be negating basically 2 swings. It's very doable to get out of this situation, I think. Especially when the Dracula Mihawk, right, that 9-cost can get you a plus 2,000 power boost, right, because of his on-opponent's attack once per turn effect. So the first swing not going through, countering out. Does now have an 8,000 power swing to think about. I don't know what top cut is for this event. Not yet, at least. So is going to go 2K, 1K, I think, to get out of that swing. Now Mihawk being another 8,000 power swing. Maybe think about leaving up 2 Dawn at the end of this turn. 1 as active right now and 1 from Coffin Boat. When do you swing at this Marco last? You have to get rid of this Marco, right? You're stunning either Yamato or Marco. And is it just best to swing at Marco with the Mihawk? Is going to go leader effect 1K. Hadn't used leader effect up to that point. Now the 9K swing is going to stun Yamato. Oh, but was going at lead. Is going to leave this Marco in. Is not worried about this Marco being a threat for game. Now has 2 Dawn left as active. If he does swing with the Marco, that makes it a little bit easier for for Mihawk on the clapback to be able to win, right? Because that's a rested blocker there. Playing a little bit of mind games with this ace, I think. Ace, I think, has about 4 cards in hand. Maybe 4 or 3, I think, at this point. A little hard to tell. I don't think 11-11 is lethal here because of the different events that he could have. Because he could, on the first 11 swing, use something like Dead Man's Game, which we know is in the hand, and then the Dracula Mihawk Secret Rare effect. That would be 12,000 power because you're a 7,000 power leader right now, thanks to the Law and Beppo. And then it would be 2K, 2K, 1K to get out of the other swing. So I don't know if 11-11 would be lethal. It might be your best option at this point. But I wouldn't be overly comfortable with it. Yeah, the DMG and the Mihawk would get him out of one 11-11 swing. And that's only 2 cards out of the 5 or 6 I think he has in hand. And so it all depends. I mean, it's a gamble. You win or lose on that play. But I think what this ace has to think about is, can he survive? I wonder if he's thinking about playing 10 cost Newgate right now. Just another blocker. Because he will have the draw from it, right? You could just leave this Marco as active to have another blocker. You get a draw from your life on leader effect. I haven't been keeping track of the amount of 2Ks that he's used. I know he used 1 Kiku Nojo, but I don't even know what other 2Ks he's used off memory. If he feels like he can't win the... Hey, who unsubscribed on YouTube? Hey, that was rude. I'm just kidding. You guys do whatever you want. If he doesn't feel like he can survive the clapback, you always go for game here. And you always just make him have it. But if you feel like you can survive the clapback, then I think you just try to bleed out the hand a little bit. So starts out 11,000 power with Marco. Let's see it. We know the DMG in hand. I think he has another event in hand. I think he has the Trilithium event. So he should be able to get out of this, I think. I think he's going to be able to get out of this. So is going to go ahead, tap 1 for the Trilithium event. is going to be for 11,000 power. The 1K on Tashigi is 12. And so, yeah, he can just get out of the other one because of DMG and the 9-cost Mihawk effect. Thank you to whoever subscribed. I appreciate it. You're my new favorite person, by the way. Getting us back up to 21,550. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, please make sure to subscribe. I do this as my full-time job. And I want Bandai to notice me and hire me. So the more of you that subscribe, the more likely that is to happen. Yeah, this is I think this is round round 4 right now. I think there's 9 rounds total. We'll get into the next one quicker. Riolu, you can't leave Marco active as you can swing with Mihawk first to prevent rest. No. Yeah, like that's another thing. Like you have to be so careful with that. And with that is going to be able to get out of the 11-11 and immediately scoop. Mihawk winning the game. I miss being Jake's new favorite person. Hey, thank you to all of you that are subscribing. You guys are now my new favorite subscribers. Chat, if you subscribe right now, you become my new favorite subscriber. But yeah, especially with that 9-cost Mihawk there, as soon as he swings, he probably, like, if you go passive, at this point of the game and you, like, leave this Marco here, he probably starts off his next turn swinging this 9-cost Mihawk to say, okay, this guy right here can't be rested, and so then you can't block. So I think you have to go for an 11-11. I think that was just his best thing to do. And the Mihawk just had a ton of counter in hand. Ooh, wait, Emu. I thought it was Crocodile at first. I got really excited for Crocodile, but it's Emu. Chat, Emu versus UP Luffy is round 5. Hold on, maybe I should put a little thing over here. Text. Let's say round 5. Where should I put this? Right here? I'll just put it right here. I'll just put it right there. Just for you guys. Hold on, chat. I'm making it so you guys can see it a little bit easier. This. Oh, I forgot the round. There we go. There we go. Now let's get back to this. Chat, how are you doing today? Chat, does anybody know how Jackson Huang is doing in the regional? In the Riftbound regional? Did he win the event yet? Or did he make top 4? He was top 8. 2 Utas, a Roger, and a Radbeam. Yeah, he might. I don't know if he could have won. He might have been able to win, actually. He might have been able to survive. I don't know. Not having the Marco blocker is a big deal, I think. I'm commentating a VOD, Purple Alligator. Would have been better to swing 13 at one of the bodies, playing in Uta and keeping 1 up for Radbeam. I still think you're almost in the same situation. And then you run the risk of like DMG resting your Dawn and also the 9-cost Mihawk negating one of your blockers. No green Uta popping up, unfortunately. Yeah, Nicholas, we've done Riftbound on the channel. It's been a while. As these players are setting up their starting hands real quick. Yeah, because it looks like both players are mulliganing. Let me pull up my. We used to at these store tournaments. When did they do it? They used to, in between rounds while waiting for the next round, they used to play Riftbound. If you watch like some of these store tournaments, they played Riftbound in like January with like proxy cards. Yeah, DMG also is crazy in that scenario. So I think you just have to go for game. I feel like I need to check Twitter to see how Jackson's doing. Chad, I hope you're having a good day today. Thanks for coming in. Let me fast forward this a little bit, because I am on a time crunch, Chad. I do have to end the stream in about 3.5 hours, because I got a thing with my lady tonight. We're going somewhere. We're going to go see some Christmas lights here in Las Vegas. Oh, okay. So, chat, UP Luffy going first, ended up passing the turn. Emu now going second. I think their preferred curve is going to use leader effect on the Nuzjuro and pass off the turn. No searches, no one-drop searcher event or Saint Shalria. 3 onto the Luffy. Now going to swing 9,000 power at lead. Emu taking the first life, passing off the turn. No gear 2. That's something you really like seeing. No gear 2, no Zoro Juro. Emu loving this situation right now is going to go ahead, play the Saturn after using the Empty Throne event. Now going to be looking for a 5 Elder, grabs a War Curie, has access now to 3 of the 5 Elders. Still has leader effect to use on this turn. Can use the 1 Dawn to swing at lead. Goes ahead and pitches the War Curie, does not give any knowledge in the hand, but passes off the turn. Well, I think they're banned on your main deck. I don't quote me on this, Chad, but I think these emu sleeves are fine on your Dawn deck. I don't think they're good for your main deck. Now, these sleeves, I don't know. But I think the emu sleeves are only allowed on like your Dawn deck or your leader, not your main deck. I don't know. And so, just once again, after the It's a Die For, only ramping 1 Dawn, right? Because there's no 6,000 power character on the field. Luffy's just going to swing another 9. So Emu not going to take back-to-back swings, does use the Originally It Was Never There event and also Marcus Mars to get up to 10. Not go down to 2 life. Now we know he has access to 4 of the 5 Elders. I think Emu definitely in the driver's seat of this game. Is going to go in with another Empty Throne. Saturn is going to be looking at that top 3. We see a Jupiter in there. So if he didn't have a Jupiter before, now he definitely has one. Does not have a 10-cost Elder, though. Goes for a War Curie, so I assume he's got a Jupiter in hand right now. So still has 3 Dawn left to work with. Maybe thinking waiting until next turn to play out a Jupiter, but use leader effect on Jupiter. And is going to attach 1, swing 6,000 power at lead. Luffy taking their first life. Oh, it's up to the TOs. They aren't officially banned. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kyo. I don't know. I know there was one like Asian event where these sleeves were not allowed, but I can't remember what it was. So that's why I said don't quote me. And so, after claiming that second life, now the Emu is going to use the Shirahoshi to force the Luffy to trash a card. Maybe also redirect a swing into this Shirahoshi as he goes ahead and swings leader at Shirahoshi. Perfectly timed. Almost like an indirect blocker. I think Emu's cards are fine. I mean, it's a little messy, but as long as both players understand the board state, it's fine. And plays Douglas Bullet. Douglas Bullet is definitely a card that we saw a lot in OP13, has kind of fallen off in OP14, but this player is still playing it in round 5. This Douglas Bullet, an 8-cost, 10,000 power character, can use the Activate main to Dawn -4 and rest 2 opponents' characters with a cost of 6 or less, which is so good in this Emu matchup. Also, having that double attack makes it a very powerful character. And with the leader swing already going down to 0. And so now with the, oh my gosh, already won the game. Just had nothing in hand. No counter events. And the 10,000 power Saturn swing going in at life. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. I thought it was kind of weird that he took life so aggressively. Holy smokes. Holy moly. And that's how it is sometimes with UP Luffy. Sometimes you just get a hand that has no counter. And it's odd because you have to have a mix of playing cards, applying pressure, right? Gum Gum Giant takes you further away from your leader effect. Shoo! That's crazy. The messy board didn't even matter, chat. We just had a literal 3-minute game. I mean, it was a little longer than 3 minutes, but Tattered Games, Obito, and Smokestree. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. We should be going into round 6 now at this point. So let me change this up here. Round 6. Also, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please make sure to like the stream if you're enjoying it. And if you're not enjoying it, well, I've got the link to the official live stream in the description or the pinned message on YouTube. Oh, yo, what up all day? It was the Emu. The Emu, the Luffy didn't have, any counter in hand, so the Emu just, aggro rushed him. But I hope you're having a good day. Tournament speedrun world record? I don't know. Maybe Bello Betty has had faster games. Ooh, what are these leaders? We got Uta sleeves and Linlin sleeves. Tell me it's purple category versus green Uta. The normal stream is much longer because we're skipping to the rounds. But I mean, you could do the same thing. This is a VOD, so it's not live right now. So you could just do the same thing that we are and skipping to the next rounds. Bluffing counter is part of playing UP Luffy? Yeah, it's probably a part of it. Yeah, I could see that. Hey, thank you all day. Yeah, I haven't been able to watch this yet, so I just wanted to watch it. Ooh, it's going to be Mihawk. Dang. Maybe he's playing the secret rare Uta in this deck. Aren't these the World Championship sleeves, chat? Right here? Isn't this the World Championship sleeves? What is this leader? Oh, Mihawk mirror match. What the heck? Haven't you guys ever heard about coordinating your sleeves with your leader? Have they tied 2 different die rolls? They've tied 3 different die rolls, Chad. We are watching greatness right now. Okay, player on the left won the die roll, I think. So he's going first. World's Dawn sleeves. Don't think they'll be playing off meta. Hey, you never know. You never know. But yeah, I think these are the World Championship Dawn sleeves. Very sick. Is this, chat, does anybody recognize this guy? Is this a World Championship representative or because I don't know. I only know really the Western players and obviously Guadrang. Rails, stuff like that. I only know a couple people. Does anybody recognize this guy? Is Mihawk better than Green Zoro right now? Absolutely, 100% in my opinion. I don't know yet, Gamma Beast Boy. We haven't seen one yet on stream, but we know that in the Tokyo Championships, Dofi had multiple appearances in the top 16 in Japan. Oh, yeah, chat. These are 6,000 power leaders. Chat, these are 6,000 power leaders, and it looks like the player on the left playing a little bit of a Wano version. Playing the Wano Searcher Otama and grabbing a Kawamatsu 2K. Could be a pretty interesting build. The Perona now going in. Remember that Dracul Mihawk, if your opponent is a slash type leader, your leader gains plus 1,000 power. That could actually be impactful for the battles between characters and leader in the coming turns. So both leaders going to sit at 6K the entire game. Player on the right side finding a Perona, going to be able to find a slash type character. Oh, nice, nice. So we're watching a pretty good player here on the right side. I don't know who this guy is. And plays a Kiku Nojo. Kiku Nojo, a lot of times when it's played down on the field, right, for these Dracul Mihawk players, is a perfect card to utilize for your leader effect because of that end of turn restanding. And so uses You Can Be My Samurai in this Wano version. You Can Be My Samurai, if you rest 2 characters, you can draw 2 cards from OP14. Love that card. And attaches 1 Dawn, swings 7 to lead against a 6K leader, is going to go ahead, take the first life, and pass off the turn, restanding the Kiku Nojo. And so moves into the 4 Dawn turn for the player on the right side. So no coffin boats for either player as of yet. What are they... Thinking about swinging at this Otama, and so swings the Kiku Nojo at the Otama to clear it, especially with You Can Be My Samurai in the deck, right? You might want to swing at these Searchers. So now swings 7,000 power at lead, is going to take it. It looked like there was a coffin boat, and a Raizo is there. Is that his name, Raizo? I don't know. I haven't watched One Piece. Raizo is a card that we saw a couple times in OP01, or in these Dracul Mihawk decks, from OP01, to where if you have 2 or more rested characters, you draw 1 card on the when attacking once per turn. It's a good way to refresh the hand. Now the player on the left playing a Smoker. 5-cost Smoker, not really something that we've seen in a lot of these Mihawk lists, is going to be able to restand 1 Dawn to use for the Coffin Boat and draw 1 card. Maybe going to use leader effect on this Coffin Boat to restand 3 Dawn. Super interesting deck that he's got going over here on the left side. Is now going to play another You Can Be My Samurai to rest the Smoker and the Kiku Nojo. Just draw 2 more cards. Remember, after you use your leader effect on Dracul Mihawk, you cannot play characters. You can play event cards and stages. So now attaching 1 to lead, another 7,000 power at lead. Could just be a 2K to get out of it. And is with the Kiku Nojo. Is going to pass off the turn to restanding 1 Dawn from the Coffin Boat and the Kiku Nojo at the end of turn. Smoker, being a 7,000 power character, is not going to be easy to remove. And especially on a 6 Dawn turn, cannot play something like Shanks at this point. Can't play something like 5-cost Stun Bonnie. 5-cost Stun Bonnie we saw in the last game be very good into, or in one of the last games, very good into Ace. Right? Could be nice to be utilized against this Smoker right here, but plays Tashigi instead. Tashigi is going to be used on the leader effect to restand a couple Dawn. May go ahead and try to utilize the Tashigi effect to try to protect it on the field, but no, goes in with Raizo, because the Raizo does count towards his 2 or more rested characters, is going to be a 6K swing, draw 1 card. And Tashigi is pitched on the counter. Yeah, they do, Oinky. They use Japanese cards. I don't know if they can use English cards, but I know they use Japanese cards. There's different, I think it may depend on tournament organizer. I don't know. We've talked about it, but that was like 6 months ago, I feel like. I don't remember what, because there are some viewers that play in like Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia in our chat sometimes. I don't remember what they've said. Ends up using the We Are event. Chat, if you've watched my YouTube videos lately, you know that Dracula Mihawks are playing the EBO2 music event for green. We Are is just a great card to find different pieces and finds the 5-cost Perona. 5-cost Perona are going to be really good to play next turn, potentially, to be able to stun a couple characters on the field. Now swing 6 at lead, takes the life. And using, I think, just use the Tashigi effect to rest the Kikunojo and the Perona to get the plus 2,000 to make Tashigi an 8,000 power character. And then at the end of turn, restood the Kikunojo because of the end of turn restand effect. So Smoker, the 5-cost Smoker, as he plays the 7-cost Shanks, the 5-cost Smoker does have a restriction effect of restanding Dawn, but it's only restricting Dawn with characters. Dracula Mihawk being able to use his leader effect to restand Dawn goes around that Smoker secondary effect, for anyone who's curious about that. Because that is true. You wouldn't be able to use like 5-cost Supernova Cavendish to restand Dawn, or 4-cost Zoro or something like that, but you are able to use your leader effect because your leader is not a character. And so uses that Shanks to go ahead, rest the Kikunojo, now swinging at the Raizo is going to be a 7,000 power swing to a 4,000 power character. Easy KO right there. And then with 3 Dawn left, is going to be able to KO that Kikunojo right there. Still has 3 Dawn to work with. And is just going to attach to lead and swing a big, big banish swing. Taking that life, it's a Perona. So now on the right side, I think the left side has advantage right now, right? Having established Smoker and Shanks. The Shanks, when he's rested on opponent's turn, is going to be minus 1,000 power to the opponent's side of the board on the characters. So with that swing of, or with that Shanks and using leader effect to rest him, is going to be a little Shanks mirror. Is going to rest that Kikunojo. Now the Perona swinging at the Kikunojo. So do you want to give up anything on this? Try to redirect another swing at Kikunojo. Yeah, this is the Hong Kong 1v1 championship that happened last weekend. Grass Dog. Yeah. The difference is that in the Hong Kong championship, they streamed every round. They don't just stream Top Cut. And so did counter out of that, and then the Tashigi swing going at life. Now Dracula Mihawk going in is going to be a DMG to get out of the attack and pass off the turn. Still has that banished Smoker and the Shanks there. All these characters minus 1,000 power because of the Shanks. Still has the Kikunojo. Is going to go ahead, tap the Perona to look for a slash type character or an event. Is at 9 Dawn, so 8 Dawn left to be able to utilize. Maybe looking for another 7-cost Shanks right here. And ends up going for a 9-cost Shanks. 9-cost Shanks being able to KO any character. And with the restand effect of the Smoker, is going to be able to play down the 9-cost Shanks to KO the Shanks. That was a really, really cool play. I like the synergy of this deck. Now using leader effect to restand 3 Dawn. Tapping the Coffin Boat. And so now with the Kikunojo swinging at the Perona, is just controlling this board like crazy right now. 1 Dawn attached to the Smoker, now not minus 1,000 power anymore because that 7 cost Shanks left the field. I think is thinking about going like all in on this Banish swing again. A 10,000 power swing at lead. Banish. Mihawk a 6,000 power leader. Comes out in the middle of January, Hero Wind. Is just going to take another Banish swing. Does not want to give up too many cards. Now countering 1K off of the Perona. The Shanks coming in. Is going to be another 9,000 power swing. Ends up taking that. Now restanding 1 with the Coffin Boat and the Kikunojo. Yeah, I think the player on the left is killing it this game. He's definitely got advantage. I think player on the right side's in trouble. Is going to go ahead, Law and Beppo proactively rest and freeze the Shanks using leader effect to restand 3 Dawn. Resting that Law and Beppo. Gets a Coffin Boat for himself. Does have 2 more Dawn to work with. We'll get 1 restood at the end of turn, 4 different events, counter events. Yes. Yes. And now, it did look like he used his Tashigi effect to be an 8,000 power swing. And so, chat, real quick, I'm just going to say it once again, because, like you got me, you're saying it too. If you do not know, this 5-cost Smoker right here, when you restand a Dawn, you cannot restand Dawn by characters for the rest of the turn. That means that you can use Dracula Mihawk's leader effect to restand. A very interesting combo. It's a way to get around the Smoker effect. So, yes, that's how he was able to use leader effect and restand 3 Dawn after using the Smoker effect. For anyone who's curious, because I know that's not a combo that we have seen really at all at this point. And so does go 2K, 1K out of the swing because he's a 6K leader. And now the 7K swing is going to take a life. End of turn, restand 1 Dawn. Only has the Smoker, the Shanks, and the leader to swing with. Does need to connect 2 times to get out of it. And the Dracula Mihawk leader is actually an 8,000 power leader right now. I'm sorry, I forgot about the Law and Beppo when he swung at lead. So now it's a Law and Beppo battle. Is going to play his own Law and Beppo to stun the player on the right's Law and Beppo. Now using leader effect to restand 3 Dawn. Uses Coffin Boat to draw 1 more. Filter out. Coffin Boat does replace itself in the hand. Now using the Smoker effect to restand 1 Dawn. This is such an interesting game. This is such a cool version of the Mihawk deck. Is now going to go ahead and do an 8,000 power Banish swing. Now Mihawk, being the player on the right side, an 8,000 power leader, plus 1,000 power because of the leader effect and plus 2,000 power because of the Law and Beppo, is just going to be a 1K to get out of it, but you're bleeding cards out of the hand. The 6K swing not working, right? Or no. You played a Law and Beppo, so it's an 8K swing and an 8K swing right now. So you are going to force 1 card out of hand. No, Mihawk doesn't really run a lot of blockers, I feel like. They mostly run just a lot of stun effects to prevent characters from swinging. So it's like kind of like a blocker, but it's not a blocker. Just a way to prevent characters from swinging. So you still have this 9-cost Shanks to worry about. Are you ever worried that this 9-cost Shanks will swing at the Tashigi? Because of, to try to clear board a little bit? No, ends up taking the life. Now the Shanks coming in, being a 9,000 power swing, is just going to be a 2K Odin to get out of it. I feel like we saw Odin in a lot of Mihawk deck lists before the set came out, but then in the first weekend, I didn't see a lot of Odins in the deck list. It's a 2K option. And so now at a full 10 Dawn turn, you just try to go in for game right now. Ends up using DMG to rest 2 Dawn. Still has 1 active. And with the leader effect, is going to restand 3 Dawn to have 9 in total. Is just now going to go in maybe with some different swings. Does have to hit 2 more times to be able to win. So does have to have both Tashigi and the leader to connect. Remember that the player on the left side, he's an 8,000 power leader right now. So you got to factor that in too. The Tashigi you have on the field is a 6K because you need to rest 2 cards to get that boost. Yo, what's up, Height? How are you? Red Shanks, he's winning this event, actually. Spoiler alert. Red Shanks won this event. Just kidding, Chad. That's not real. I'm just joking. Don't take that seriously. And so looks like he's just going in with an 11,000 power swing. Does connect on the 1. And then another 11,000 power swing is going to be Dead Man's Game and 2K get out of the attack. And the player on the left side, the super interesting Wano version, going to win the game. Shoo! Clip that. Clip it, ship it, post it on Twitter, put it in the Discord. Dang, Chad, that was cool. I like that version of Dracula Mihawk. If I was going to play Dracula Mihawk, I would play that version, personally. Okay. Chat, real quick, before we go into the next round, let me try to see what this round is. It's going to be Emu versus Ace. Oh, we've never seen that matchup before. In round 7. Before we get going into this matchup, I'm going to real quick grab a drink. Morticia my cat just used her claws to grab my leg. That was scary. That hurt. I'm going to grab a drink real quick, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back, and we'll do these other matches. So, Chad, I'm going to run an advertisement, so then you guys don't get advertisements in the middle of these matches that we're watching. And, Chad, I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. Listen, if you've seen my videos or you've maybe seen me at an event, I love Nengarden playmats. And especially with Black Friday, now is an insane time to get your very own playmat. Or maybe a gift for somebody else. All of the standard playmats are going to be cut at a discount. And not only that, you've got stickers, pins, apparel, that's also going to be discounted on the website. And these discounts are already so good, and you know I've got a code there for a discount of your own, but it's actually been bumped up to 10% to help you save even more on this Black Friday. Make sure to stack up the savings and get a great gift for either yourself or somebody else this holiday season. The link to Nengarden's website where you can get your next favorite TCG product is in the description below. Thank you so much to Nengarden for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to that video. Okay, chat, I'm back. Let me get this back. This is round 7, by the way, chat. This is round 7. If you're enjoying the stream, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And if you're on Twitch, make sure to follow, please. I appreciate it. Especially Creed. Thanks for following on Twitch. Spoiler, Sanji wins the event. Respect to the emu sleeves. Oh, these are Dragon Ball sleeves. Wait. Yeah, he's rocking some Dragon Ball sleeves. Look at these sleeves, though, chat. Look at these sleeves that the Ace has. Are these official sleeves? Are these official Usopp sleeves? I've never seen those before. Let me skip a little bit. What are they doing? Are they playing Yu-Gi-Oh right here? Wait, what's going on? Wait, what's happening? This is a Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, this is the die roll. Oh, they pulled out the Yu-Gi-Oh app to determine the die roll, I think. Yo, appreciate it, Height. Thanks for coming in, man. Blue-green Sanji. Wait, what? Let's see. Skip a little bit more. Is Emu putting out their life or no? Okay, they put out their life. Excuse me. I like the Dragon Ball sleeves, though. Always love seeing card gamers play other card games. We still not going? Holy cow, I'm doing a lot of skipping right now. Ah! All right, now here we go. Ace going into their first turn. One Dawn is going to utilize the Garp Searcher. Garp going to be able to find a nice key piece of the puzzle, right? We've talked about this Garp in this championship. Very, very good card. Finds the 10 cost Newgate, right? Finds anything cost 3 or higher in the deck and passing off the turn. Emu now going into his first turn. Ace not really caring about the turn order in this match. And in this matchup specifically, but does prefer to go second. So we'll see how Emu does going second in this one. I think is the preferred curve. Is going to find on the Saint Shalria Ground Death, the Saint Majo's Guard, and the Jupiter. Ends up grabbing Jupiter. So now has to pitch one more card from the hand because of the Saint Shalria effect. It's going to be the Nuzjuro. Now uses leader effect on the Shalria to draw one card. So could have another Searcher with this last Dawn. Could also just pass the turn. And is just going to pass. Does not have probably a 5 Elder Stars event in the hand. So now just going to be swinging 7,000 power at lead. Starting off with this Ace. Maybe has another Searcher or two in the hand to utilize with the rest of this Dawn. Right? Can't go 6-5. With the Garp Searcher. And Emu takes that first life. Now uses another Garp, a second one, to do that search. Is going to go ahead, find a Marco. Nice card to play in the next turn. Although, now countered by Ground Death in the Emu deck. And the Izo going to be finishing out the turn. Wait, does he have different Dawn sleeves on? Wait, because what are these Dawn sleeves he's got going on? Hold on. Wait, what? What's happening with this guy? He grabs a 2K Thatch, by the way. Passes off the turn to 4 for the Emu. I don't know if Guan Rong played in this tournament. I do not know. Is going to go ahead, tap 3 for the empty throne and play out a Saturn. Going to be looking at that top 5 for a Elder. We know he has access to Jupiter, Nuzjuro, and Saturn. Still looking for Warcury and Mars, the 2 blockers. I don't think Guanrong is from Hong Kong. I think he's from Malaysia, so I don't think he's playing in this event. Wait. No, maybe he was. I don't know. I don't know if he was playing in this event. I'd have to look up his Twitter if he posted. And so is going to use leader effect to get that Nuzjuro into the trash. Still has 1 Don left to work with. Could attach it to lead and swing 6, but may just leave it up for a counter event. Something like the Equilibrium event. Potentially Ground Zero. Potentially, originally it was never there. The now 3 different counter events that Emu runs. I do. I need to watch this. If Bandai hires me to cast an OP14 event, I got to be ready, man. I got to be ready. And plus, this is still a relevant matchup in 14 because Emu gets more cards. So, yeah. I got to watch this matchup. So, ends up swinging 7,000 power at lead. Equilibrium event getting out of it, playing the Marco, passing off the turn. Is going to have 1 Dawn for the leader effect, right? Especially if Ground Death does come in. Still a couple cards off, right? You have to fulfill that 10 card in trash condition to be able to maximize that. No, this is not live. This is a VOD. We've got, I've got the links to the VOD in the YouTube description if you want to watch the actual VOD. Is going to go ahead with the 5 Elder Stars are here. Looking at that top 3. I think finds a Nuzjuro, Majo's Guard, and Equilibrium. I also want to see more OP14 stuff, Alex, but you know, it's round 7. We still got 2 or 3 more rounds, I think, of the stream. You already have access to a Nuzjuro, right? So you probably don't need to grab that if you're going for counter. Unless you want to be a little bit more aggressive with the Nuzjuro. The Equilibrium, going to be nice to be able to get out of an 8,000 power swing, although maybe not as relevant in this matchup because with the 10 cost blocker Newgate, right, attaching 2 Dawn to a leader and character often means that they're going to be swinging 8s at you anyways. I know, Justin, the OP14 Dofi deck is so sick. I was so excited to watch it in that Tokyo Championship. I hope we see it again in this stream. We haven't seen it yet in this tournament. We've seen a lot of ace. There's been a lot of ace games. Several Dracula Mihawk games, a couple Boa games. Ends up grabbing Equilibrium as the choice. Equilibrium still going to be nice, right? Especially if ace does a couple 7,000 power swings like he did last turn. Still can utilize the empty throne to get out one of these elders at this point. Keeps his cards close. We're not going to be able to see any of the cards in his hand on stream. I think has a Warcury in hand, I think is what I just saw. Speaking of not being able to see cards. Is going to use leader effect on the Majo's Guard. So passed up on 1 on the Elder Stars event. Pitched another. Goes ahead and swings 6,000 power at lead. Could just be a leader effect. Could be a simple card getting out of it. Is going to use that Ezo effect on opponent's attack to draw one card and bottom deck one card, filtering the hand of different pieces, trying to dig. And is just going to use leader effect, getting rid of the red rock. Red rock not very useful in this matchup, especially when all the elders get their protection effect. Emu now using that empty throne to play another Saturn, so going for that draw, going for that dig. Maybe he's trying to find Marcus Mars. I think there's another Saturn in there, but there's Marcus Mars. Sorry, that's a Shirahoshi that I saw. Can't grab that. Marcus Mars, I think, now has access to all 5 of the different elders in some form or fashion. Does have 1 Dawn left, is thinking about swinging 6 with this Saturn, but maybe thinking about leaving it as active. Maybe saying, I want this body to stay on the field. I don't want you to get a draw 2, maybe with Marco. And now we move into Ace's 7 Dawn turn. Ace's 7 Dawn turn, definitely a more awkward one, right? You can't play Red Rock. Can't really play Jozu. Jozu could be nice, though, to bounce back your 2 Garp searches to get an extra 1K in hand and another card. I think this matchup is interesting, Chad, because I like learning from good players. I think this matchup's interesting, especially now with Emu having the Ground Death event. Now that's another card, another 4,000 power counter event that Ace has to think about. I think it's really interesting to watch this matchup at a super high level like this. I mean, these are round 7. These are players that are more than likely undefeated. So goes in with the equilibrium to get out of that first swing. Takes the life on the second. Now another Marco coming on the field. And is going to have some Marcos that stick. Well, this is an OP14 meta, though, so that works. Thinking about using stage right away. Now is at an 8 Dawn turn. Stage could be used for the Marcus Mars in hand. Could be used for a Warcury. And is going to go with Jupiter. Jupiter is going to be able to boost these Saturns up to 7,000 base power. I think has 11 cards in trash. And is going to leader effect the Mary Joie stage. The Saturn's now going to be able to swing without having to commit any Dawn. Is going to go 7,000 power now. Is going to be a leader. Oh, is going to go into Marco, actually. So is going to kind of control board a little bit. Is thinking about using leader effect or a 2K to get out of the swing. He could do either. I think this matchup is very 50-50, but I've seen a lot of Ace players. Like, I've seen Ace have a lot of success lately. And so I think the thing about the OP13 format and what we saw as he lets the Marco go and a Warcury comes in, what we saw from the OP13 format is at the beginning of the format, it was a winning matchup for Emu, right? But then as players improved and players learned the matchup a little bit more, we saw Ace become favored in the matchup. At the end of the like EBO3 OP13 matchup, I don't know how it's favored now with the introduction of Ground Zero, right? Or Ground Death, I'm sorry. Because the Ground Death event, right, being able to nullify and KO a 4-cost is huge into something like Marco, right? Because then you nullify Marco's on KO effect. Or no, you don't KO the 4-cost. You just nullify the 4-cost. So like you nullify the blocker and the on KO effect of Marco. Now, you can still draw one with Ace if it does get KO'd, but not only that effect on the main, but also having now access to another 4,000 counter event is huge in my opinion. So I don't know how that changes this matchup in terms of in terms of, well, is Ace still favored? Or does Emu now become in the driver's seat? And so using Izo to grab that 10 cost Newgate now is going to go in with another Marco swing here. After using Equilibrium on the 7. I believe it was Equilibrium. I kind of not tuned out, but tried to finish my thought. It's hard to do two things at once. Ends up going with the Workery to block and draw one card on the on-KO effect. And now is actually just going in with the swings on the Garps. Plays down his third Marco to end the turn. Looked like he was going to play Newgate, right? Grab the Newgate. Did not have the 8 cost event to be able to play him down. Now we move into Emu's first full 10 Dawn turn. Right? Emu, the real skill gap in Emu is trying to be as resourceful as possible in the beginning stages. Right? Obviously, we really like and know Emu on the 10 Dawn turns to play the 5 Elders 10 cost, right? But it's the other stages of the game, when you counter, when you take life, what cards you get, what counter cards you use, I think is the big skill gap for a lot of Emu players with all the different guides and things like that you see. Ace players are playing Roger at 10 Dawn, play Thatch to go down to 0. Yeah, I mean, that's something that we saw like as a development. Again, like Ace players learning the matchup more at the end of the Eastern OP13 and EBO3 format. Like, that's something that we saw a lot more often. Thatch, the 1-cost Thatch became much more utilized in the Ace decks. And that combo specifically, as you're saying. And that's another thing, right? Like I was saying, of how, like, Ace players, the difference between Ace and Emu is that Ace can run more versatile tech cards, I feel like. Emu doesn't have that variety, right? You can see an Emu opponent in this format and know probably 48 of their 50 cards. It's a lot harder for Ace. So ends up going with a swing, uses the Izo effect. An 8,000 power swing is going to force 2 cards out of hand, bottom decking 1 card after drawing 1. Still at 3 life, though, still is very healthy in this match. So is going to use leader effect on a 10 cost Newgate, giving away a Yamato. Now using Emu's leader effect on that Saturn is going to go another 8. So he's going to go at lead using Marco to block and draw 3 cards after leader effect. So you got to think Jupiter at least swinging 8 at this point. We do know that Emu won the die roll and got second in this. It's the first 10 Dawn turn for Emu. Now going 8,000 power. Has already used leader effect and is going to take the life, go down to 2. Does not draw off of leader effect because he already did that off the Marco KO on the block. Is going to tap 3 for the empty throne play out. More than likely the 10 cost Elders. Will have to rest 1 more and trash 1 card, being the Mars. The only card left, I think, that needed to be in the trash. Is going to get that Workery and nudge Juro out. So off of the Saturn, does have to look at that top 5. The Saturn search, a mandatory look at the top 5. You don't have to grab anything, but you do have to look at the top 5. Does find an originally it was never there event. I'm not sure what cards he's got in his hand because he's kept his cards so close, like the entire match. It doesn't bother me, Kato, mostly because I do it too. But I can understand how someone can get overstimulated by like constantly hearing that. I get it. But it doesn't bother me. Does find the Elder Stars event. Passes up on the originally it was never there to grab that. Maybe he's thinking about playing it this turn? I feel like at this point, Emu, if not, is very close to looping his deck. Right, with the different searches he's done. So does end up with a Marcus Mars pitching the card that he just grabbed off the Saturn. Getting rid of Marco. Is really trying to minimize the amount of swings coming at him in this next turn. Is the 6 just a 1K to get out of that one? Oops, swinging with the wrong guy. Meant to attach it to Nuzjuro, accidentally did Mars. So the 8,000 power swing now with the Nuzjuro is still going to have to be 2 cards out of hand. Still has 1 Dawn left as active for a counter event. Has about 6 cards in hand. I don't think people do it maliciously. The hand shuffling, they don't do it maliciously. It's just a habit they've built. And so with that final Dawn is actually going to tap out on Dawn after that swing and use the Elder Stars event. Now passing off the turn, having already used leader effect before the 10 costs. More often than not, if you ask people if they could not do the hand shuffling thing, most all people will respect it and do their best to stop. It's just a habit. And so now is going with the 8 cost event. The 10 cost Newgate is going to take a life. We see a lot of times these ace players either playing the 9 cost Newgate or utilizing the 8 cost event to take 1 life and get plus 2,000 power, being an 8,000 power leader. Very dangerous to Emu decks. Is going ahead now attaching 2 to a leader and character. Is going to attach one of the other active Dawn to the Garp to get a 6,000, or I'm sorry, a 5,000 power swing in. Is going to be a 2K to get out of that. Swinging now 10,000 power Workery, block, and draw 1. Maybe leaving 1 up to think about Rad Beam. Black Yellow Sanji leader. He's gotten a leader in every other color so far. Does he have a leader in every single? He does. Wait, you're right. Yeah, Sanji does have a leader in every color but black and yellow. Ooh, Black Yellow Sanji in OP15. You heard it here first. That would be cool. They've printed a lot of Straw Hat yellow cards. Could be a leader that could utilize it. And so Emu now going into a 10 Dawn turn is going to now swing once again 8s. The 8s, not commanding as many cards as previously, is going to go ahead minus the Newgate. Just a 1K to get out of that because remember, because Ace took the life, is going to be an 8,000 power leader. Is going to be another 1K to get out of it. Is just swinging a bunch of 8,000s right now. The Newgate's still a 10,000 power body. Probably going to be swinging before our Emu player uses another 10 cost Elder. So on this 8, could just be another 1K, is going to be Jozu. I like that they're playing pretty fast, like reaction-wise on stuff. Yeah, there's been a lot of yellow, and especially Egghead yellow lately, and Straw Hat yellow with the new starter deck and stuff like that. So maybe it wouldn't come in OP15. And now another 8 with Mars. Commanding a card every single swing. I think now's an okay time to block. right? Because if he plays the next 10-drop Elder down, the Nuzjuro on an 8,000 power swing would be able to minus your Newgate to make it an 8,000 power blocker. And you'd have to command one card on a block to keep this guy on the field. So now using leader effect to get rid of the Saturn, drawing one card after the block. If he's going to swing with leader after this 10 drop, he is going to have to commit, I think, his final 2 Dawn to be able to swing. Might just be thinking about swinging at the Garp instead with leader to take it off the field. So there goes the 5. The search from the Saturn. Don't think he'd be using Marcus Mars on this turn. You don't want it. It kind of feels bad to use Marcus Mars on a 1-drop Garp. But if he wanted to clear the Garps, he would probably use the Saturn. I don't think would be a good idea, though. Ends up grabbing the Jupiter. Ends up bottom decking another 10-cost Elder. So maybe either has one in hand or doesn't think he needs any anymore. Oh, hello, Morticia. You keep coming on my lap. And it is going to be 8,000 power. Morticia, please. Thank you. So getting out of that with leader effect. Hadn't used leader effect up to that point. Is just going to pass off the turn. So no swinging at the Garp. Does not put ace down to 0. Putting ace down to 0 would be dangerous, especially with Goldie Roger. Have to be able to get out of 12,000, 13,000, and 6,000 power leader swing. So each player counting up each other's discard pile on 2Ks, different key pieces. I like when both players exchange. And so is going to go with the 8-cost event, play down the 10-cost Newgate. We'll see if he decides to take a life. He does have to decide to take a life or not before he draws off the 10-drop Newgate effect. Could be nice to go back up to 8. But do you have enough counter in hand to get out of these different swings? Is going to go ahead and do it, be an 8K leader once again. And now drawing 2 cards, having to pitch one in hand. Probably going to be a brick if he's got one. Looks like he has another 8-cost event in the hand. I think, yeah, you pitch that. Ooh, has another 10-cost Newgate in hand. So he's got some other bricks. He can utilize one other brick as leader effect. Going in with a 5,000 power swing at the Nuzjuro. Yo, welcome back, Penguin. Is going to be a Jupiter to get out of that swing. And an Ezo to end the turn. The Ezo is not only going to be able to find a Whitebeard Pirates kind of card, this 1K Atmos, but on the opponent's attack, being able to draw one card and bottom deck one card could be another way to get, if you have multiple bricks in the hand, filter out one of them. Try to give yourself a chance to draw like a 2K or a 1K. So is thinking about right now where he needs to swing. And does not swing with the ace. Maybe doesn't want to swing with the ace to give the Warcury an extra draw on the on-KO effect with blocking. Yeah, he doesn't have enough power to go for lethal yet, but he has to survive this turn. I don't think he was trying to go for lethal. He's just trying to put himself in a position to not lose on this turn. And so what we've seen with the different ace decks is going up to 8,000 power is huge, because now off of these different 8,000 power swings, which is typically what Emu swings with in these turns, it's just one card instead of 2. So I think he has 4 or 5 cards in hand. Just use the 1K. I think has 4 cards left at this point. Drawing 1 card off leader effect, getting rid of that Saturn that just swung. Still 9 Dawn. Probably going to go an 8 and an 8. Is going to go minus just another 1K block. Or another 1K counter, I should say. Not a 1K block. There's no blocks yet. No, these players just play fast, JJ. These players just play fast on their, especially this ace on the left side. He counters like right away. Like as soon as the Emu player announces where the swing is, he's like, got it. It's nice to watch. Another 8K swing right here. I don't think Emu has this easily. Is going to go ahead and block. Ace still having access to leader effect. Right, to minus 2,000 power somewhere. Still has 4 cards in hand. Has had some searching, has had some filtering. Now an 8,000 power, just a 1K Jozu. Could have access to another swing if he just uses Empty Throne to play another Nuzjuro. But now in with the War Curie on the swing is just going to be another 1K and now swinging at the Garp. Empty Throne going to be going out and playing, I believe, another 10-cost Elder. He's going to recycle the same method. Still has 1 blocker left open, but passes off the turn. Actually. Leaves 2 Dawn open. And we'll see what he does with all of the blockers rested. You might be able to go in with Pudding, but no, goes in with Roger instead. 6,000 power at lead is a 2K. 12,000 power at lead. Needs 2 of these needs all 3 swings to connect. To be able to win this game. Ends up taking the first one. 12,000 power swing. Needs both this Newgate and Roger. There's Ground Death being plus 4,000 power. And another one with the Equilibrium event. Takes that final life and passes off the turn. Emu going to be the winner of this round. So Elo, he was only countering 1K on all of those swings because he was an 8,000 power leader. So what he did off of this event right here, is he used the secondary effect on this event to take his final life and go up to 8,000 power through his opponent's turn. So all of the 8K swings that the Emu was doing, he was swinging 8,000 power at an 8,000 power leader. So that's why he was just using 1K on all those turns to get out of that swing. I don't know if Red Rock really would have mattered. Because then you still have to get out of all of those swings. And as a 6,000 power leader, is that GP Luffy against Bonnie? What the heck? I don't think Red Rock mattered really. Because I don't know how you get out of the next turn. I think there's an argument for Pudding on that turn. And just hope that your 3 swings of leader and the 2 Newgates connect. And he doesn't draw any counter events. Yeah, I mean, he built up his hand throughout the whole game of like these counter events, right? Ground Zero, the originally was never there, had 2Ks in there like Jupiter. He was really able to keep his hand size. It was a good job. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like with the Pudding specifically, like, think about it. Like, all of his blockers were rested. I'll go into this game, I swear. With all of his blockers rested, 2 life, had like 7 cards in hand or something like that, and 2 Dawn up. Putting him down to 5, so minusing cards in hand, do you just kind of like take a chance that he doesn't have like a lot of counter events? Because I feel like with a 7-ish card hand from the Emu player, the Roger is nice because it has a 13,000 power swing you're going in, but it doesn't have any blockers up anyways. And he has 2 Dawn left as active. I feel like you just go for the random chance. I don't know. I don't know if it would have been optimal because that guy was like, what, 6-0 at this event, and I've never been 6-0 at a regional in my life. Yeah, this is GP Luffy right here. This is GP Luffy. GP Luffy is definitely in a better spot than where it is right now in the West because they get a new Robin protection promo. That can protect against stuff like Marcus Mars or Red Rock or something of the sort, Atmos, right? Because it protects, the Robin promo protects from being removed from the field of play by an effect. So GP Luffy is better right now in the East than it is in the West, but GP Luffy is still in a tough spot. But I don't know if putting would have been optimal, but I would have loved to see that line. I would have loved to see that line if he... do we get like a glimpse at all of how much is in the hand? Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 or 5 cards in hand. So 1. Yeah, it looks like he has like, at the beginning of that turn, he has like 6 cards in hand. So I feel like putting would have been okay, but then you have to really try to hit numbers because you only have 6 Dawn left for these three swings. Because I don't think you swing with Garp. I don't think you do. So all right, let's go into this GP Luffy game. No, I get you, Kyan. I get you. I know a lot of UP or GP Luffy fans. But I think the Robin promo is a really big deal as to why GP Luffy is still like relevant. In my opinion. But the Nami in OP14 is also really good. Right. But I usually see people like GP players play like 2 copies, I feel like, of the Nami. But the Robin is like super good. It's like your very own Tashigi. Well, I think you need to, Alex. I feel like you can because you don't have to pitch a card in hand, and it's also an extra swing. Yeah. That green SR Nami. Yeah, the blocker. Looks like Bonnie going first in this one. No! Jackson Huang chat lost in top 8. Drat. Did not make top 4. Anyways, looks like Bonnie and Luffy playing a little bit of passing, but Luffy not passing on this one is going to be using the PRBO2 Nami. Right, nice 2-drop Nami. Definitely a good piece of this deck from PRBO2 is going to find a Straw Hat and add it to the hand. The Straw Hat being any kind of card other than Nami is going to look for Zorojuro. Zorojuro being a great 4-drop to play in the next turn. Bonnie now going to 3 Dawn. Could go something like the 3-drop blocker Nami on this turn. Or blocker Bonnie. But it's just going to go 7,000 power at lead. Luffy taking it. Now going to 4. Is going to go ahead with a 5,000 power swing. Not use leader effect to rest the Nami. And now Zorojuro coming in is going to look for a purple Straw Hat Crew kind of card. I think sees a Merry Go in there. I see a Sanji Pudding as well. Merry Go can be nice, right? Because you can get some cards out of potentially like a Carrot Stun range. But Sanji Pudding is the lifeblood of the deck. So ends up grabbing that. Yes, Western players, I think, traditionally play more aggressive than Eastern players. I don't know which one's right or wrong, so I'm not going to say like one is better than the other, but I think we see a lot of Western players be way more aggressive. And so after playing Cavendish, Bonnie is going to be able to swing 6, Luffy taking another life, just building up the hand right now. Not really any hand disruption in Bonnie. Is thinking about going ahead and swinging with Zoro Juro right here. 6,000 power swing is going to be resting the leader. And on a 6th on turn, probably going to be playing Sanji and Pudding. Maybe using leader effect. Might pass off on leader effect. Has like 9 cards in hand at this point. Ends up taking that life. Is going to go ahead with that Sanji Pudding and utilize the leader effect. Put 2 Dawn back. Restand 2 active Dawn. And then bring a Dawn back. Is going to put him up, wait, to 4? Oh, yeah, 2 Dawn active and then brings 1 back, right? So he does have 4 Dawn on the field. I'm sorry. He only put 1 Dawn back, so it threw me off for a second. Is going to be able to use Zoro Juro to get another body on the field. 6,000 power body to be able to pressure and also search for another card. Purple type Straw Hat Crew card. We'll see what he goes for. Ends up going for a Gum Gum Giant. Going to be a great card, but no active Dawn to be utilizing right now at this point. And Luffy is going to be a 6,000 power leader through this Bonnie's turn because of that leader effect. Bonnie now at 7 Dawn. Doesn't necessarily, I feel like a lot of times have a great 7 Dawn play, but we could see something like Carrot come onto the field. We could see something like the 5-drop Perona from OP14 be able to stun a couple of these characters. We saw Fudelio TCG top 4, the Tokyo Japan Championship, with a couple copies of Perona in his Bonnie list. Very cool card that we also featured on the YouTube channel. His exact, well, it was 49 of his 50 cards that he used in the Japan Championships. I do think Bonnie could be pretty good right here, right? Being able to stun this Zoro Juro and also the Sanji Pudding prevents 2 swings coming at you in the next turn, right? And then you can focus your attacks a little bit onto the Zoro Juro. Ends up playing the secret rare Uta instead. You see a select amount of Bonnie players play this card. On the activate main once per turn, you can set up to 1 of your Dawn cards as active and rest an opponent's character or Dawn with a cost of 4 or less. Then at the end of turn, you can rest 1 of your Dawn to set 1 of your film type characters up as active. Is going to go ahead after restanding a couple Dawn with Cavendish. Use that Uta effect to restand 1 Dawn for the Bonnie and rest the Zoro Juro. So now has 3 Dawn to work with. Could go ahead and swing at one of these characters. Is thinking about tapping all 3, maybe for a PRBO2 Bonnie blocker. That could be nice, right? On the opponent's attack, can restand 1 more Dawn and does exactly that, passing off the turn. Now, all these characters can swing for the Luffy, but one of them is going to be rested because of Bonnie leader effect. So now I believe Luffy's at 7 Dawn right now, if my memory is correct. 7 Dawn. Could go ahead and play another Sanji Pudding, but not before an 8,000 power swing. Is going to use the PRBO2 Bonnie effect to restand 1 Dawn and then use the leader effect to rest the Zoro Juro. Still has to get out of the swing. Could just be 2Ks. Might take a life. If you take a life, you got to think about potentially getting out of some of these other maybe bigger swings, right? Another Sanji Pudding could come down. Leader effect could restand for Dawn, essentially. It is going to do a little bit of countering, at least, with the X-Drake and the Rosie. So doing a 2K, 1K means that this Sanji Pudding probably actually swinging at the Cavendish. So is going to play the Sanji Pudding, and I think immediately went into leader effect. I think just kind of skipped that part after playing it down on the field. Luffy now a 6,000 power leader. Sanji Pudding, because you are equal to or less than the amount of Dawn than your opponent, that second Sanji Pudding coming down on the field, is going to draw one card based on that on-play effect. Now a 6,000 power swing coming in at the Cavendish is just going to be a 1K Bonnie to get out of that. Do not need the Searcher, as you're going to be playing big bodies again and again in the coming turns. So still has 5 Dawn to work with. And a 6,000 power leader could go ahead, try to get another card out of this Cavendish's hand, or maybe try to blast him a little bit. And try to get him to block with the Bonnie. Does still have pretty good hand size. We know he's got some cards like Gum Gum Giant in hand. Gum Gum Giant, if you leave Dawn up, can be a very nice counter event for defensively in this upcoming turn. And so is going to go ahead with the Sanji. Sanji, with the on-play restanding to Dawn, is going to attach 1 to leader, now swing 7,000 power. The Sanji will be able at the end of turn to restand 1 Dawn as active, allowing you to have 2 Dawn as active in the end phase. So ends up countering with, I think it was a Rogue there. Or no, a 2K. Used a 2K to get out of that swing. Another X-Drake. And passing off the turn. Bonnie now, I believe, should be at 9 Dawn. So could use something like 9-cost Shanks, right, that we saw in Dracula Mihawk earlier to be able to knock out one of these characters on the field. But starts out with a Uta swing. The Uta, an 8,000 power character, is going to command 2 cards in a 2K, 1K coming in, a Robin and 1K. I don't remember, can't tell what it is. But the 3-cost Robin promo going to be the other card. And so Carrot now being able to freeze the Sanji and Pudding, right? Minusing a 7,000 power swing on the Luffy's upcoming turn. Cavendish now on the 6K swing, restanding to Dawn. Only 1 swing left, more than likely, from leader. Still has 7 Dawn, or 6 Dawn, sorry, I can count. 6 Dawn to work with in this turn is just going to be a 1K Nami. Not wanting the 1-cost Searcher. Does still have 6 Dawn to be able to utilize with leader and potentially playing down a 5-cost character on the field. 5-cost character could be something like another Carrot, right? Could be Perona, where you stun the Sanji Pudding. Could go ahead, stun the Sanji and the other Sanji Pudding, right, with the Perona, because Perona stunning 2 different 5 costs or less. No Merry-Go to boost up the cost of these characters. And especially with the PRBO2 Bonnie restanding a Dawn on opponent's attack means that you can actually tap out while they're attaching and playing down. So ends up going with 5 for a blocker Bonnie. Another really good card that we see in Bonnie is going to be able to get a filter effect, right? Draw 2, trash 1, pitches the Trafalgar Law. Now going in, restanding 1 Dawn with the Bonnie effect, the blocker. Then using Uta's Active A main to go ahead and restand another Dawn. Now is going to attach to and swing at Zorojuro. Is going to be able to get that knockout there on that 7,000 power swing and utilize Uta's end of turn effect to tap one Dawn and restand her. Now this Luffy is going to have to go either at the Cavendish or face. Is not going to be able to go at this Uta. And you're still going to get one Dawn as active because of that PRBO2 Bonnie. Bonnie looking at being in a really interesting spot. Now is going to use the new OP14 Nami. The OP14 Nami, an incredible card, especially in this deck in the late stages when you have a ton of Dawn. On play, you rest up to 2 characters with a cost of 8 or less, and then you restand 5 Dawn cards as active at the end of turn. And so immediately, I assume using Leader Effect is going to restand all of that Dawn that you used to pay for the Nami, effectively making the Nami free. Is going to go ahead and start KOing these different characters on the field. Being able to restand the 5 Dawn at the end of turn, great for stuff like Gum Gum Giant, right, that we know is in the hand. I know the GP characters are really tight against each other. But again, it's one of those things that if both players understand the board state, it's not that big of a deal. Is thinking about attaching 2 Dawn 2 lead. Now swinging 8,000 power, I believe, at the Cavendish. $8,000 power at the Cavendish is going to command 2 cards or a block out of the hand of the Bonnie. And Bonnie, what just looked like to be in a pretty decent spot, is now, I think, on the back foot because of that 4-drop blocker Nami. Being able to rest and be aggressive while restanding so much Dawn means that now restanding 5 Dawn at the end of turn, if you've got something like a Dead Man's Game or a Hody Jones to rest some of your opponent's Dawn, he's still got plenty of Dawn to work with. What do you think about playing here? Are you thinking about playing a body? If you do play a body, you have to get rid of a body. Only has about 5 cards in hand at this point. Is thinking about playing over the Zorojuro. Maybe another Sanji Pudding right now. Has 6 Dawn, so could play something like the 6-cost Rush Luffy. And is just going to play another Zorojuro. Just going to be looking in that top 5. Maybe looking for a finisher Luffy in the next turn. Can find purple Straw Hat cards. That secret rare from EB02. Bonnie still has 3 life, though. And does probably have the opportunity for Leader Effect. Especially if a 10-cost Dofi comes down on this turn. Ends up finding Zorojuro again. So has seen all 4 of his Zorojuros. And passes off the turn. Doesn't the Nami restand a ton of Dawn? Yeah, I think he restands all the Dawn, right? Am I wrong? Is there something I'm missing, chat? Because he restood 1 off the Sanji effect, but the Nami says set up to 5 Dawn as active at the end of turn. Interesting. So is going to go ahead with the Law and Beppo. I think freeze the Sanji and Pudding and then uses Uta's effect to rest the blocker Nami and restand 1 Dawn. I'm not sure, Satan. I'm not sure. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know if the Wano Mihawk posted his list anywhere. I don't know who the player is, so I mean, if I have found them, I put them on One Piece top decks, if anything. But there's not a lot of lists from this event either on One Piece Top Decks or Eggman's website. I would have put it on Eggman's website, by the way, not One Piece Top Decks. But I don't know if I've seen it. Countering out of the Cavendish swing. Still has 3 Dawn to work with now because that Cavendish restood 2 more Dawn. Yeah, it was a Wano Mihawk Cisco. Played multiple You Can Be My Samurais. Played Kawamatsu. Otama Searchers. So now the 8,000 power swing. Plus 2,000 because of the Law and Beppo. We'll see where he decides to go with this. Still has an 8,000 power swing in the Uta if he wants to use that. Is going to go ahead and take the life. And now an 8,000 power swing is going to Gum Gum Giant. Gum Gum Giant getting rid of this Sanji. Now, this is an interesting thing. We saw him grab the alternate art Gum Gum Giant in a previous turn. So using a non-alternate Gum Gum Giant, if you're attentive, you would know that he's got another Gum Gum Giant in hand because he used 2 different rarities of Gum Gum Giant. How many times can I say Gum Gum Giant before the end of this match? No, I don't think they're using English cards. They're not using English cards. Most people in Asia use Japanese cards because they're cheap and they're legal to use. English cards are expensive in comparison. And so is going to swing 8 with the Sanji Pudding. Rest the 7,000 power Sanji. Counter or letting the KO happen on the Cavendish. Now is going to be a 7,000 power swing at the Bonnie. Remember, Bonnie is a 7,000 power leader because of that Law and Beppo. Is going to be a 2K out of that. Still at 3 life right now. Now is going to be playing over the Zorojuro for another Sanji Pudding. Can actually ramp now with leader effect. So is going to do exactly that, I think. Put back 2 Dawn, restand 2 Dawn, and bring back 3. Only bringing back 2 because he didn't have 3 in his Dawn deck. You could probably assume a lot of different things with the Wano Mihawk if you watch the VOD of the match that we did. You could probably, if you just do like, make sure that you have 4 Otama Searchers, 4 Kawamatsus, at least 2 copies of You Can Be My Samurai, maybe at least 2 copies of 5-Cost Smoker. You could probably assume a lot of the list, right? Because then there's other staples that Dracula Mihawk plays, like the 1-Cost Perona Searcher, probably. Maybe, actually. I don't know if he would have played that, to be honest. I'm forgetting the name. Kiku Nojo, right? Searchable 2K, also Land of Wano. Tashigi, the 5-Cost. Coffin Boat, there's a couple of them. Dead Man's Game. There's a lot of cards that you can just assume because it's pretty standard in Dracula Mihawk, I think. You could build most of the list. Goes in with a 10,000 power swing at lead, ends up claiming the life, and at the end of turn, restands a Dawn, has 5 active Dawn. 1 life left. We know that there's 1 Gum Gum Giant in there. But a couple swings that could come at lead at this point. Does have a blocker with that Nami, but Uta can be able to rest that blocker there to be able to get out of that swing. No Black Croc in this tournament so far. I don't know if we'll see Black Croc if we haven't seen it yet. The Uta on that Activate main can use that Activate main to rest the 4-Cost for free. Does not have to have any Dawn tap to be able to utilize it. And I think this is a crucial point of the match. There may be Black Crocodile either in the later parts of the stream or, chat, later this week, we're going to be watching another Hong Kong championship. There was a Hong Kong 3v3 that happened the next day after this one. And that might have some other decks in there. I know there's a Kobe in the 3v3 that was streamed. Like a red-black Kobe deck. So if you want to make sure that you catch that and not miss it, subscribe or follow on Twitch. The Bonnie looking at the top 5. Have they decided what they're grabbing yet? I went into a self-promotion spiel. And I saw them play the Bonnie. I don't think he's decided what he's grabbed yet. I have not, Thomas, but if you look at the Toronto regional stream on Eggman's channel, I was watching that the other day, and I saw that they had a red green Luffy that was doing pretty well. It was really cool to watch. I know they had at least one game. Yeah, I know Krusty Pizza. I'm excited to watch it. I had like tuned in because I was like, oh, there's a 3v3 going on. I didn't like watch the games. I just tuned into like the one match. And then the match that I tuned into was like, it was Kobe. And I was like, oh, that's sick. Can't wait to watch this. And that'll be our next like commentary kind of stream. And so after grabbing Kid Killer is going to use that Uta effect to rest the Nami and restand one Dawn as active, basically making the one cost Nami a one cost search. For sure, Thomas. And so now he's going to attach a lot to Law and Beppo. Swing big at the Sanji Pudding. And so is going, what is Law and Beppo, a 12, right? Is going to be a 13,000 power swing, KOing the Sanji Pudding. May try to go with a little bit more of a board control route now. Instead of going aggressive. Right, you're not really worried about the Nami swing. You're only worried about these other Sanji and Sanji-esque characters swinging. So now the Kid Killer tapping 2 Dawn to look for a Supernova. Maybe try to find another Cavendish. Finds a PRBO2 Bonnie. Is going to be a blocker that he can play on the field on this turn. So you've got 6 Dawn left to work with? No, wait, 5. Yeah, because 2 attached to the Law and Beppo and 3 are rested right now. So you got 5 Dawn left. You got an 8,000 power swing with the Uta, and at least a 5,000 power swing with leader. You need to be 6,000 power to swing at leader or characters. 7,000 power if you want to swing at characters. So it looks like he's going to attach 2 Dawn, now swing at life. Going 10,000 power at life right now. Is really trying to get out these Gum Gum Giants and other cards. We've seen other different cards that have counter on it in these Luffy decks, like Thunder Bagua, as well as Gum Gum Jet Gatling. Also, Wiz, Kovo, and Burgund, thank you so much for following on Twitch. Appreciate it. Chat, round 8 of these championships. A lot on the line right now. GP Luffy, a card that a lot of people don't have a lot of respect for right now in this OP14 format. Having a pretty good record so late in the tournament. Gum Gum Giant. Wait a minute. Did he pitch another card? So it's Gum Gum Giant and the Nami 1K. Okay. I missed the Nami. And so going into his turn now. Does need to hit 3 times if he wants to go for game. The Rosie blocker, though, is going to make that an issue. Kid Killer now restanding a Dawn is going to use leader effect to rest the other Sanji Pudding, now swinging 7. Could have something like the 6-cost Rush Luffy, especially because leader effect has been used. Right? Now, if you play a 6-drop EBO2 Luffy, you're going to be able to swing twice with it if you want. So long as you put back 2 active Dawn and also take a life. Yeah, Cisco, I had just missed it. I don't know why he didn't swing at the Nami. Probably because he has the opportunity to arrest the Nami constantly with the Uta. And so he'd rather just restand the Uta. I don't think he needs to swing at the Nami if he doesn't have to. He keeps also 2 active bodies if GP Luffy were to play something crazy like, I don't know, 10-drop Dofi. Which I don't think he would, but I think it's just better to have that. Gets out of that swing. Now swings 5 at lead. Is going to go ahead with that Rush Luffy. And swing big right here. Restanding and swinging in. Claiming the win. The Rush Luffy, as I mentioned, definitely the win con in that because leader effect was used so early. Was able to get 2 swings off in there. They did a little bit of skipping, like the leader effect and whatnot, and putting the Dawn back and etc., etc. But GP Luffy winning that one. Isn't Nami 2K, though? Nami, I believe the Nami blocker is, yes, it's a 2K body, but here's the thing, like with the Uta, right? Uta can rest a 4-cost or less every single turn by just using the activate main. They don't have to pitch a card in hand. They don't have to rest anything, right? They can just rest the Nami whenever they want. They don't care that the Nami's on the field. Now, they might care if there's 2 Namis on the field, but they don't care if there's 1 Nami on the field because they can just constantly rest it with Uta's activate main. Yeah, I know. Sometimes they like, but that's the thing when you have like top level players like that. Sometimes they just see the game in such a situation that, or they see the game in a way. Oh, GP Luffy again. It's the same guy. They see the game in a way to where like they don't need, like as long as you like verbalize it, you don't have to do like the actual motion. You see that in like a lot of different card games. But chat, round 9. This is the second to last round that we've got of this tournament. And if you're enjoying your time here, please make sure to hit subscribe on YouTube, like the YouTube stream as well. And if you're on Twitch, follow the channel. We like streaming One Piece, especially the card game. There should be some streams more often coming soon, chat. More streams during the week in the near future. Just got to get, I'll say it. There's a new office space that we're getting, and it's currently being set up right now. And it's supposed to be set up by tomorrow. It's supposed to be set up by tomorrow. So weekday streams going to be a little bit more frequent than what they have been. Traditionally, we just have been streaming on weekends of these Japan championships and like online regionals we play in and stuff. And chat, there is another Hong Kong championship that we will go over on the channel. It was a 3v3 that happened the day after this tournament that we're watching. But we're not going to watch it today because I'm in a time crunch today. I can't stream forever. I have to. I'm going to see some Christmas stuff with the gal, with my gal friend. Oh my gosh, Annie is in top 2? That's crazy, actually. That's so sick. I didn't know that Annie was going to make it that far. Anyways, chat, round 9. Leave your predictions. Do you think GP Luffy going second will win, or Dracula Mihawk going first? Perona grabbing a Tashigi. Luffy is going to go in with a Nami. Look at that top 5. Maybe try to find like another Nami, or maybe is hoping for like a search event or something. Grab Sanji Pudding. A great card, passes off the turn. Mihawk now on 3. Could go ahead and swing like a 5-5 maybe. Probably actually would be bad, because you want to leave the Perona in case you don't find Coffin Boat. Because especially with this Perona can grab slash type characters, Perona can grab events, but Perona cannot grab Coffin Boat. Yo, congrats on your win, Caleb. Congrats on the box. That's like $260 right there that you just won. Pretty poggers. Assuming if it's an OP13 box. Top 4 was 3 Annies. Are you kidding me? Really? That's actually insane. So now is going to swing at lead. Takes the life. Now playing the Kiku Nojo. Now is going to be your body to constantly use for leader effect. Right? Be able to constantly utilize if you do not have that Coffin Boat, because Kiku Nojo will restand at the end of turn. The 7K swing going at lead, and now the 2-drop Nami getting a search in on the 4-Dawn turn. Is going to find a Zoro Juro. Going to be nice to play in the coming turns. Could use the Sanji and Pudding into leader effect into the Zoro Juro to get 2 big bodies on the field and also be a 6K leader. Mihawk being a 5K leader, right? Because Luffy is not slash. He is strike. Tashigi coming down onto the field. And now with the 5 costs on the field, Dracula Mihawk going to be able to use his leader effect to be able to restand 3-Dawn as active. The leader effect is going to be very nice in this matchup, right? Especially with Luffy being a 6K leader. The 3-Dawn that you get is going to be really good to be able to restand those Dawn and get some heavy swings in to lead. Dang, top 4 3 Annies is crazy. Now swings 5,000 power at lead because the Luffy did not use leader effect. Is going to ask for another card in hand. Is going to go ahead and pitch the promo Robin. And now another 5,000 power swing coming in with Perona. It is going to be 2 5K pokes. Right? You try to poke GP Luffy with a lot of swings. Right? Especially because he is a 5,000 power leader at this point. You want to try to get these cards out of hand, try to minimize the amount that he's got, and pitches the 4-cost Nami. Is going to restand that Kiku Nojo at the end of turn, now going into Luffy's 6-Dawn turn. Is now going in with this Nami at the Perona, the small bodies being more important to Dracula Mihawk than Luffy. Is going to play out Sanji Pudding and use leader effect to get the Zoro Juro. Is that a Sanji Pudding? No, that's a 6-drop secret rare from OP13 Luffy. Still a very good card, right? Being able to restand 4-Dawn is going to be very nice to then play the Zoro Juro and get a search off. Maybe not thinking about using leader effect on this turn. Interesting. I would have thought he was playing Sanji Pudding on this turn. The secret rare Luffy, if you do not know, from OP13, having double attack on it. Especially because, as we've talked about in the previous rounds, Dracula Mihawk does not really play many blockers at all. Is going to be able to swing at least once with this Luffy. Right? Especially because Dracula Mihawk is going to be going into his 7-Dawn turn. Not going to be able to stun the Luffy, especially because Perona, if he does play it, stuns a 5 cost, the secret rare Luffy being a 6 cost. Still thinking about what to grab on this Zoro Juro right here. GP Luffy, not 100% sure about their records, but maybe is at least 8-0 in this event. Right? This is the second to last round of the championship. So GP Luffy competing for a spot in the title match. A deck that a lot of people have undervalued since the release of OP14. He's getting a couple licks in. So he is going to grab an Usohachi 2K. And it's going to be a 5K lead. Not using leader effect, right? Because you don't have a Sanji Pudding out, it would just be -2 Dawn. You would only be at 4 in total. Maybe your leader effect not necessarily mattering as much in this matchup. Because of the Tashigi being able to be an 8,000 power swing and the Dracula Mihawk re-standing Dawn as well to be able to swing at least 6, maybe 7, 8, 6, 7. He is going to go ahead and take the 5K swing at face. Now passing off the turn. Luffy going to be at 6. Now Mihawk in his 7 Dawn turn. Once again, the World Championship sleeves that we see on the Dawn. Couple different World Championship sleeves that we've seen so far in this tournament. Actually, wait, no, this is the same player, I think, as what we saw last time. He's just wearing a coat now. Is going to play the Shanks, utilize his leader effect to rest the Luffy and restand 3 Dawn. Now he can go in and try to get some counter out of this GP Luffy's hand. Maybe try to swing at this Luffy. You can't freeze it, but with the Shanks, you're able to rest it. And now you have some Dawn to work with to try to swing into it. There's no Dawn left active by the GP Luffy. So no Gum Gum Giants or anything like that to be able to get out of this swing. But could still have something like Gum Gum Jet Gatling. And so is going to use that Tashigi effect to make it an 8,000 power character through your opponent's next turn. And attach the 3 Dawn, now swinging 11,000 power at this Luffy. We saw him give up some counter earlier in the turn with the 2K Robin and the 1K Nami. Is thinking about pitching a couple cards in hand to keep this Luffy alive. I think this Luffy definitely a great card for your game plan specifically. It'd be a shame to lose it so early before you can get a double attack swing with it. On the 9 Dawn turn, when they play the 9 cost secret rare Dracula Mihawk, you don't necessarily care as much as about the Luffy, right? Because he'll get the ability to not attack anyways and just lets it go. A 5K swing even takes that as well. So not only did he not counter out of that swing, he took the 5K at life. Luffy definitely on the back foot now. Having lost his 6-drop secret rare, Luffy is probably thinking about something like Sanji Pudding on this turn. Sanji Pudding, a great card in this deck. Right? It's almost like the lifeblood, some people say, of this leader and this archetype in general since its conception in EBO2. You've got 8 Dawn to work with. There is a situation where you can go double Sanji Pudding, but you would have to use your leader effect before you play down the second Pudding. And if you did as well, you would tap out on all of your Dawn. So you have no opportunity to swing at the Shanks. You have no opportunity to swing at the Tashigi. It would just have to be face. Face is the place. And I think you would lose out on all your Dawn for counter events of the sorts. When there's an potentially 8,000 power Tashigi looking at you, a 9,000 power Shanks, and no blockers. Definitely a tricky spot, I think, right now for the Luffy. Chad, how's your day? Hope everybody's doing well. Is going to go ahead with a Sanji Pudding, now utilizing the leader effect, bringing back one Dawn. Is going to give 1/2 leader, and now Divine Departure. Divine Departure is something that we've seen in a lot of different purple decks, right? For removal potential. When you have a Dawn attached, you can minus 8,000 power somewhere utilizing the Shanks, now using the Nami to KO the Shanks. Divine Departure, a very common card specifically for this matchup. And that 7-cost Shanks. If you don't have removal cards like Red Rock or anything like that, KO effects, Divine Departure is a really great way to be able to battle in and KO big bodies with your little searchers. Perfect for something like GP Luffy. So getting rid of that Shanks definitely hurts the Dracula Mihawk. After using the human drill, I think it... What are those monkeys called, chat? The gorillas in Dracula Mihawk's Muggy Kingdom. Because I think the translation is human drill, but I don't know if that's right. I'm not caught up. No, this is a VOD flex. This is a VOD. I've got the link in the description on YouTube if you want to check out the official VOD. So now is going with the Tashigi effect and swinging 8,000 power. Oh my gosh, Tony. That's crazy. I hope you enjoyed Toronto Regionals at least. Face 7 aces. Didn't win one die roll as Emu. That's tough. Sometimes it's just like that. So still has all 8 Dawn to work with, or 9 Dawn, I'm sorry. Ends up with that 8,000 power swing at Zorojuro and letting it go. If he's got a 9-cost secret rare Dracula Mihawk in hand, he could be able to play it down, use leader effect to stun this Sanji Pudding, and really only have the Luffy be swinging at a majority of the turn. But no, just plays another 7-cost Shanks, is going to use that effect to rest the Sanji Pudding. Has all this Dawn left as active, can't play any characters down, but is just going to attach all and swing at the Sanji Pudding, I believe. I think swinging at the Sanji Pudding is a good call here because he's already given up so many bodies that he probably could have gotten out of. And so with an 11,000 power swing, is just going to go 2K, 2K. 2 blocker Sanjis keep the Sanji Pudding alive. Probably because it's cold. Wait, is it cold in Hong Kong right now? Chat, what's the weather like in Hong Kong? I don't know what it is this time of year. And so at 4, is he at 8 Dawn? I think at this turn. I've forgotten about tracking Dawn with GP Luffy since OP14 started. No, I get it, Tony. I mean, I know how that feels. I mean, I don't know how that feels because I haven't top 64 to regional. But as a former like athlete in college and stuff, college level athlete, I get how you feel when you like come up short on something, you know, when you had a goal. But congratulations to your top 64. I hope I top 64 next weekend, chat. Pray for me. If you pray. I don't know. Is going to go in with a 7,000 power swing now with the Sanji Pudding, even with the Dawn attached. Because the Shanks is rested, Shanks does minus 1,000 power to all your opponent's characters, so 2k, 1k is all you need to get out of that swing. 2 cards out of the Emu's hand. And this match has really been back and forth at this point. The 5-cost Sanji coming in from OP14 will restand to Dawn, now using leader effect to restand the Dawn and bring one back. I think kind of clarifying right now. With the Dawn. And so it's just kind of walking back, telling him, yes, yeah, I think maybe him or the judge needed to actually see the motion to make sure he's got the amount. Ooh, Emu won Dallas. Nice, B-Cart. I know one of my friends, Josh Gutierrez, on Emu. I think he was playing Emu. He won a cereal at Dallas. One of my buddies here in Vegas won a cereal. And so after playing the Sanji is going in with Zoro Juro. Maybe trying to find a little bit of counter. Is going to grab a 2K after pitching 2 of them earlier. Are you going to Peoria? No, I'm going to Pasadena. I live in Las Vegas, so I'm going to the one that I can drive to. Although I would like to go to Peoria someday. To one of the Peoria regionals, maybe like next year. In 2026. Is going to go ahead after using leader effect, swing 8,000 power at lead, grabbing a card from the life, passing off the turn with 3 active Dawn. Still 2 life. You're relatively healthy at this point. And I think potentially you've set yourself up to be able to use the 6-cost Rush Luffy secret rare in the next turn. Especially because you can survive, right? You'll be at, I believe, a full 10 Dawn to start out the turn. Only a couple cards in hand. Now an 8,000 power swing with Tashigi after using Tashigi's Activate main is going to be a dead man's game to go to 9. Well, I want to go to Peoria because a lot of my friends online, a lot of my friends attend the Peoria regionals whenever they have them. Like, I want to meet Sawmill. Sawmill TCG chat. I want to meet him. I want to try to rage bait them in person. I don't know if that's possible. What deck am I going to be playing? I'm going to be playing Red Black Sabo. Because one of our Discord members, Chad, got 34th. Went 7-2 with Red Black Sabo at the, I think it was Dallas. I think it was Dallas Regional. And so I said that I would play Sabo and play pretty much his list. Except like 1 card different. Because he's playing a unique list with Ursa Shock in Red Black Sabo. If you haven't seen the Discord discussions the last week or so. And I want to try it out. And so on this 9,000 power swing with the Shanks is going to go ahead and rest the Zoro Juro. The 9,000 power swing could just be a Gum Gum Giant to get out of it. If he's got one of the 3 cards in hand. Nah, Jason, if you want to play Usopp, play Usopp. I'm not going to tell you to stop. Now, if you want to win a regional, all right, maybe we got to switch decks. But if you want to enjoy playing the game, like I have Rosinante sleeved up right here, is just going to go 2K out of that attack. So did not have Gum Gum Giant, but had double 2K. Dracula Mihawk still has 10 Dawn, right? So this 10 Dawn could be a Lon Beppo stun one of the bodies, make you a 7,000 power leader, use leader effect, restand 3 Dawn, take out one of these bodies on the field, the rested one that you didn't stun, but goes with the blocker Bonnie. The blocker Bonnie is going to be able to draw 2 and trash 1, filter out the hand. Has a pretty sizable hand. I think has like 6 cards in hand at this point. And restands a Dawn, has 6 Dawn left as active. Oh, Beams, you got slammed by a Sabo today? Oh, no, Tony, I will never do coaching. I will never do coaching. No. But I can tell you who can do coaching. I can direct you to some coaches or some Metafy pages, things like that. I will never do that. Not until I win a cereal will I do that. And Perona comes in. Perona, even though you did not use Lon Beppo to be a 7K leader, Perona is going to be able to stun, minimize the amount of swings coming in, as the Zorojuro and Sanji were stunned. Now using leader effect on the Perona, attaching 2, swinging 7 at Sanji, Pudding is going to get that knockout. And now Luffy, outside of a rush, Luffy does not have very many swings to utilize. 2 Dawn left open. It could be something like Trichilicium. I don't know what that card's word is. As an event, it could also be Dead Man's Game. Could be Surpass Me, Roronoa Zoro. As the different counter events that Dracula Mihawk could have if he tries to go for lethal. You only have 2 cards in hand, and there's several bodies that are going to be swinging at you in this next turn. Do you try to maybe jam into the Perona, try to fetch the block, or maybe a knockout on Perona, and wait a turn? Maybe if you have a Gum Gum Giant in hand, hope that you find a little bit more counter off life, or maybe on the draw of a Gum Gum Giant. Oh, no, I don't get coaching right now. I have in the past, but I only want to get coaching when I'm like heavily invested into a deck. So like I got coaching for Blue Nami. I got some coaching from Adam Cisneros, but then they ended up banning the leader. So I don't get coaching from him now anymore. And I haven't connected with a deck like Blue Nami that I would be willing to get coaching from. You know, coaching is very valuable and I recommend it to people, especially if you've got the income. But for me right now, I think I need to focus more on making content because this is my full-time job now, and it doesn't make a lot of money, especially when you live in Las Vegas. I am not rich by any means. And so is going in with the rush Luffy. He's going in for lethal now at this point. There's no Sanji Pudding to be able to get this Dawn back, but you still with leader effect get to restand 2. And so now is thinking about attaching some Dawn and swinging with leader. Does have to leave 2 active Dawn if he wants to utilize this rush Luffy's effect. Is there maybe a situation where you don't utilize rush Luffy's effect and it's just a card you play down to be able to swing 7? I don't know. I mean, you have 3 swings available to you and you need all 3 of them to connect, right? Because there's a blocker and a life. I think it's looking pretty bad for the GP Luffy. But when you're at 2 life, is there a way that you just like swing once with this Luffy? Because this is only a 7,000 power swing. If he has one Dead Man's Game or an event or a 2K, 1K like right there, now you can't win the game. Unless you go like DMG. But DMG would be 4 of your 5 done left. So you wouldn't be able to restand with Luffy. So you can't swing twice. Yo, Titan, Dell, Gum, Wesaldo, Steel. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. And so now is going in. Now swing at the Tashigi with 3 done. That's a 10,000 power swing. Now going at 8,000 power Tashigi. Did not use the Luffy's effect. Or wait, is Tashigi not? That was just a 2K, right? Oh, no, because of the minus. So it was a 9,000 power swing from the Luffy into 8,000 power Tashigi. So a 2K gets out of that. Yeah. Perona going in with the swing. Tashigi going in with the swing. And Shanks going in with the kill. Ends up winning the game. Chat, there's one more round left. Final round. Thank you so much to everybody hanging out. We know it's Dracula Mihawk. Looks like it's going to be Dracula Mihawk versus Emu. Let me type here final round. There we go. Chad, who do you think? Dracula Mihawk or Emu? Leave your guesses in the chat. I actually think I know who wins. Because I put the deck list on some websites. Oh, no. This is not live. Chad, this is a VOD. We are watching the VOD. I have the opportunity to skip. We're watching a VOD. This happened last weekend. Mihawk is bait. Mihawk's in the finals, though. So it looks like Dracula Mihawk going first, Emu going second. Does Dracula Mihawk want to go first in this matchup, or do they want to take away second? The Coffin Bow coming down, a very good card. That means that you don't have to play a 2K Kiku Nojo on the field. So Emu starting out his turn with the 5 Elder Stars are here. Does find a Saturn. So that's going to be nice for the next turn. We'll see if he has a Shalria or another Searcher. Ends up using Leader Effect to find another 5 Elder Stars event. Finds a Nuzjuro. And is going to have a nice turn going second. Finding 2 quick search cards. A third quick search card off the first life. Dracula Mihawk, after swinging 8,000 power, ends up grabbing the Equilibrium event into his 4-dawn turn. Now swings 5 at lead, is going to take a life. Playing the Saturn with the empty throne. Is going to be searching that top 5. Finds 2. Originally, it was never there events. Ends up grabbing one of them. So I think the only Elders that we haven't seen so far are Warcury and also Jupiter. Ends up using Leader Effect on the Nuzjuro and passing off the turn with 1 Dawn open. Oh no, does have a Warcury in the trash. So is now just looking for Jupiter for the combo outside of the 10 cost, which I think he has one in hand. And so on that big swing, ends up using the Equilibrium, or not Equilibrium. Originally it was never there to get out of the 8,000 power swing. Now the Saturn going in with 5 to start out. Is just trying to test the hand a little bit. Is going to take that first life, no trigger. Another 5 with Leader. These players play fast. Raizo coming off of that. The Ground Death is going to be able to negate the effects on the Tashigi because the Emu player had 10 cards in trash. Then on the empty throne plays the Marcus Mars because Tashigi does not have a removal effect anymore to get rid of it, to pop it, take it off the field. Definitely a good start for the Emu there. But still, once again, has to find that Jupiter before the 10 Dawn turn. Still has a little bit of time. And the Dracula Mihawk now on a 7 Dawn turn. Could go something in like the 7 cost Shanks on curve right now. Is going to be able to rest that Marcus Mars in the leader effect. Resting the Shanks 2. Restand 3 Dawn. You think they'd rather take second off of Emu? I would take this bait if it took me to the finals. Me too, my lord. If somebody told me if I played Dracu Mihawk, I would go to the finals of a CS, I would do it in a heartbeat. Is going to go ahead and take that 8,000 power swing. We've seen a lot of 8,000 power swings from lead to face. Especially after leader effect, you can't play any characters down. Leaves 1 Dawn open because of the Coffin Boat restanding at the end of turn. Now Emu on his 8 Dawn turn. I know how to count. An 8 Dawn turn. If you don't have any search options to be able to utilize to find your different pieces, maybe you start out with leader effect, right? But what do you leader effect then becomes the question. We know there's an equilibrium in hand. Looks like he leader effected, but I don't know what he did off of that. So still has opportunities to swing with leader and Saturn. Unless you're playing like another Saturn and Marcus Mars or Warcury, you probably swing with the Marcus Mars this turn, right? Because if he's going to be rested anyways because of the Shanks, you just get your value in no matter what. So does end up swinging 5, 1K counter out with the Perona. Does have a Shalria in hand, I think I saw. And there's that Jupiter, actually did have it in hand. Now plus 2,000 power base to all of these characters. The Jupiter makes this Saturn a 7,000 power swing. It's going to be nice now. All 5 Elders have been found. Just needs that 10 cost Elder to be able to get the Wombo combo off next turn. Things going exactly as planned for this Emu, I think. Was that the first time that we've seen Ground Death in this tournament? I think it is. Like, actually played, not for counter. Like, actually use the main phase. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Yeah, all the characters are minus 1,000 power. That's right. I keep forgetting the Shanks effect. So actually, this Saturn is a 6,000 power swing because of the minus 1K from the Shanks. Because when Shanks is rested, he minuses on opponent's turn all characters by 1,000. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Joe is bad. Is that your name? And so now another 6,000 power swing from the Marcus Mars is going to go ahead play another Saturn. No, this isn't live, cool. This is a VOD that we're watching that happened last weekend. If you want to watch the VOD in itself without my talking, you can click the link in the description below. Except there's 4 different links because there was 4 different live streams. And so grabs Jupiter off of the Saturn. Has not used the... No, I think did use leader effect earlier in the... No, did not use leader effect in the turn. I feel like he used leader effect earlier in the turn. Did he not? Did he not do it at the beginning of turn? I think that's what they're trying to figure out. Yeah, I think they're wondering if he used leader effect I'm pretty sure he used leader effect, right? Yeah, Emu has no attributes, so Mihawk is a 5,000 power leader. He hasn't drawn a card yet, I don't think. Wait, did he have to keep the card in trash? Okay, so grabs this. Pitches a card. Right? Pitches the Shaoria. Did he actually, like, put it away? No, I think actually he put it back in his hand. I think I see the card. I think I see the card come back here. Yeah, I think he put it back into his hand. Okay. Back into the Mihawk's turn. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm not crazy, right? No, I get it. That's why, chat, I love using TC Evolution's markers for leaders like Emu. So I can utilize a marker to symbolize when I use my activate main on the turn so that I don't accidentally try to use it twice. If you want to use your own TC Evolutions markers, you can click the link in the description below and use code Atrocious for a discount at checkout. Hashtag ad. Anyways, playing a second Shanks back-to-back is going to go ahead, utilize that Shanks effect to rest the different bodies on the field. Now a 9,000 power swing coming in at lead. Double Shanks is going to be so good because now the Jupiter, right, making them 7,000 power base is just going to be 5,000 power because of the Shanks double -2s. I don't think he's trying to cheat Light Yagami. It's a very easy thing to miss. I think it'd be stupid to try to cheat on a stream match. I've been there where I've accidentally done an effect twice when I wasn't supposed to. Happens. Especially in high pressure situations when you have thousands of dollars on the line. I think these players also know each other. Because they were laughing and joking earlier before the match started. So still has a couple down to work with. I think 4 in total, right? Can still swing with leader. Maybe he's thinking about if he wants to try to swing at one of these characters or life. Thank you, Alex. Beams, we are watching the official VOD, which is linked, if you want, on Twitch in the pinned message. But yes, Atrocious Jake is my Twitch channel, at least. But these are not my games. So goes in and swings at that Jupiter, like I mentioned. So now using leader effect on the Mars after drawing for turn is going to be able to, at the 10 dawn turn, be able to play out those 5 elders. Could still swing a... No, actually can't swing a ton of 5s because the Jupiter is gone now. These Saturns are 3,000 power. Hey, appreciate it, Beams. Thank you. Thank you. I worked hard to pay money for this room. Is going to go ahead on the first swing because the leader, not affected by the arrested Shanks, is going to be a 5,000 power swing. Now attaches 2 dawn swings 5. Remember, because each of the Shanks are minus 1,000 power, it's going to be a 5K swing because Jupiter left the field. Just a simple 1K to get out of there. And the Tashigi now is going to do it once again. 5,000 power. Now, if you go in with the 10 elders after this swing, you are going to be able to swing 5,000 power with the Nuzjuro and still leave 1 dawn open for a potential event. Just got to decide on what you want to pitch from the hand off of that effect. So a couple 5K pokes. Could have at the end of turn 1 dawn up and double blocker, although the Shanks gonna be rested with that 7 cost Shanks once it attacks, right? So you don't really have double blocker. Now that I think about it, War Curie is pointless in this deck right now. Does find a Nudge Juro after the Saturn search. Wait. Oh, there's probably a Dawn stacked on top of here that I don't know about. Because if he went 2-2 and he's on a 10 Dawn turn, this should be 6 Dawn here. There's probably a Dawn that I don't know about. Which, yeah, right there. So they're stacked on top of each other. I was like, wait a minute. I thought he had 5 Dawn left. No, he had 6. So the Nudge Juro coming in on the swing is going to be just another 1K Dashiki because that Nudge Juro also affected by the Shanks minusing 1,000 power. And now, with a Shank swing, you're going to be able to rest the War Curie to prevent the on KO draw 1. And then force him to potentially block with the Saturn at that point. Because if he doesn't block with the Saturn, then the other Shanks will rest the... He forces him to potentially block with the Mars on the first Shank swing because War Curie gets rested. And if he doesn't, then Mars is going to be rested on the second Shank swing. It is a little chaotic, Prince, but as long as the Dracula Mihawk player is cool with it, and he's able to track the board state, which again, I think these players know each other. I mean, usually top players all know each other. Then it's chill. But yes, it would be a little too chaotic for me personally. I would ask for a lot of clarifications. But that's because I'm not a high-level player like these guys. But anyways, chat, do you try to go for game right here? Could you do something like... No, you only have 3 swings, so that wouldn't work. But is going to go a 9,000 power swing to rest the War Curie, right? Because that Shanks, when it becomes rested, does rest a 6 cost or less, I think it is. So War Curie gets rested. Yo, what's up, Danny? Yeah, this is a VOD. You can check out the full VOD if you want to in the links in the description. As always, guys, for these championships, I will always link you the official places where these streams come from. Always, always, always. And if I forget, let me know, because I have forgotten once. Oh, was actually swinging the Shanks at the at the Nudge Juro. So collected that knockout. Nudge Juro being a 5,000 power character, facing off against a 9K swing. Especially with the Dracula Mihawk at 0 life right now. There is a situation potentially if you do not clear the board that the Emu player is going to be able to go in for game, right? With the full 10 Dawn turn, couple bodies as active, you have no blockers. So what is your play right now? Oh, it's not a rest of cost, it's a power. You're right, James. Thank you. Yeah, Shanks is a rest of 7,000 base power character or less. Dang, I need to read the Shanks more. Because I keep forgetting about the minus 1,000 power, and I mess up the resting part. I need some more practice, chat. I've been thinking too much about OP14 and Pasadena next weekend. This is a very critical spot, though, in this match. Yeah, I feel like he's trying... Like, he has an opportunity to lawn Beppo. I think it maybe depends on how many events you have in hand, right? Because you can go... I think one of the things he's also thinking about is if he needs to swing at this War Curie that he just rested. Like, do you try with this other Shanks to rest one of the characters, swing at the War Curie, even though he's going to draw one, it would remove the body off the board, and then you, like, play Law and Beppo to freeze one of the, rest and freeze something like Marcus Mars, which he's doing right now. Marcus Mars should be rested, by the way. Is going to use leader effect on the Coffin Boat to restand some Dawn. Play another Coffin Boat to draw a card. Maybe trying to find a little bit more counter. So the Marcus Mars is rested and frozen. You can rest another body with the Shanks. Dracula Mihawk now swinging 7 is going to be in equilibrium to go to 8. Probably swinging at one of these characters, I think, or leader. The Shanks now resting the Jupiter. Oh, was going at life. Is confident enough with 3 Dawn and 0 life. And no, Marcus Mars frozen. Marcus Mars frozen. He cannot swing. Yeah, Marcus Mars is rested, chat. This was the first championship of these OP14 cards, so, or these OP14 decks. So now you have 4 swings to work with. He's a 7,000 power leader, but all of your characters are 5,000. Just use his leader effect on the Saturn right away. Yeah, I would have expected a swing at Jupiter, to be honest. I was surprised he didn't go for Jupiter with leader. Because equilibrium is only on the leader. So there's a high likelihood, I feel like, that you can KO the Jupiter on a leader swing. Ends up using Surpass Me Roronoa Zoro with the 5k swing. Ends up doing it again. Wait. Oh, attached all the leader. And so on 7 gets plus 6,000 power. And he just scoops. Has another DMG just waiting for him there. So Emu went all in. Sorry, I was looking up equilibrium. And Emu went all in on that swing. Yeah, it just goes all 15 there. And with the 13, you go up to 20. Right? Surpass Me Roronoa Zoro to rest the Coffin Boat. Surpass Me Roronoa Zoro, rest Law and Beppo. Plus 8,000. Or no, 17,000. Yeah, with the 2K. Shoo! Holy moly. And then because he's 7,000 power, can't swing with War Curie, can't swing with Jupiter. Holy moly. No, Surpass Me Zoro is a 4K event. But you have to tap another card. So that's why he tapped the Coffin Boat. That's why he tapped the other one. Oh, this is one of the other VODs that just popped up. Whew! Oops. This is the wrong screen. Where's my full screen? There it is. There it is. Riftbound just ended, Gregory. I heard Annie won. I'm going to watch the VOD. I'm going to watch the VOD of the Riftbound event. Not on stream, though. Not on stream. But is there a place to check Chinese deck lists? I don't know. I don't know many places that track the Chinese results. I rarely even see Chinese results. Like, and I'm actively online. I don't really ever see Chinese results, so I don't know where you would get them. Yeah, I heard that the finals was Annie and Master Yi. So crazy that Annie won. I heard that Annie had like 3 of the top 4, which is wild. I know some of my friends were thinking about bringing Annie to Houston this past weekend, but ended up not doing it. I know, no Kaisa. Well, I think what a lot of people saw once the English championships started happening, like the 10K in Vegas and stuff, is that Kaisa and Master Yi weren't as dominant as the Chinese championships led us to believe, right? Now, this could be a totally off the wall take because I am not overly familiar with Riftbound. I have a very base understanding as someone who just like, I don't play the card game. I know how to play. When my friends let me borrow decks, I play Riftbound, but I don't own anything Riftbound. But no, maybe I will, but I can't today. I have to be somewhere in like an hour. So I got to get ready to do that. Cuz I'm leaving my house for something, going on a date with the lady. My gal friend. We have a date and I have a hardcore cutoff at 6. And it's 1 hour left until then. But I also don't really know anything about Riftbound, and I also don't know about Riftbound's restream policies. Maybe, this is a maybe chat, maybe, potentially, if the new office is built and we do weekday streams again, maybe if Riot and Riftbound allow it, we will stream and watch party the Houston event, but it will be only on Twitch. I will only do it on Twitch. I don't want to do it on YouTube because like algorithm and stuff. I don't want to do it on YouTube, but I will do it on Twitch. So chat. Where can I find Ask for Riftbound? There's a lot of Riftbound creators that are out there. I know like Turn 'em Sideways is a good Riftbound channel. I know there's a guy named Anto that I know from Union Arena. He's a good Riftbound channel. There's a couple of, if you just type in like beginner Riftbound content, you'll find a couple people. But chat, that is going to be all for me today. Thank you so much to everybody who watched the stream. And again, that was the 1v1 Hong Kong Championships later this week, hopefully. If the office is done later this week, it should be done tomorrow. But if it's done later this week, we'll watch also the Hong Kong 3v3 Championships. I just don't have time to do it today. We'll watch the 3v3 championships, and potentially, if you guys want to watch the Riftbound Championship, I'll do the Riftbound Championship. We'll do a watch party of the Riftbound Championship on Twitch. And if you want to access my Twitch so you don't miss a beat of the content on YouTube, link in the description below. And if you're there in Twitch chat, well, you're already here, so just go ahead and follow. So I don't know what it is for Riftbound. I know that some people did co-streaming, like Turn 'em Sideways did a co-stream, but I don't know if that's like an official co-stream. I don't know if that's a well, we're just going to do it kind of thing where it was not legal. I don't know. So if somebody can help me find the co-stream policy for Riftbound, maybe post it in our Discord server. If they allow it, I'll do it, but just on Twitch. Anyways, chat, I gotta go. I gotta eat something before we leave, and I'll see you guys later. Have a great rest of the day. If you're going to Pasadena.